menos um. Mas está tudo em pé ainda. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CEU Congress, organized by the University of the Algarve and University of Gdańsk, and supported by the Presidency of the Republic of Portugal. CEU is an alliance of 9 European coastal universities: Cádiz, Bretagne Occidental, Kiel, Gdańsk, Split, Malta, Naples, Algarve, and Nord University. Together, they are all dedicated to the creation of an European coastal campus where all students and staff could experience Europe through a rich and varied offer of activities and cooperation. To open the session, I give the floor to the Rector of the University of the Algarve, Paulo Águas.
Good morning. Dear Fidel Echevarria, General Coordinator of the CEU Alliance from the University of Cádiz. Professor Casimiro Montel is not here, the new rector of the University of Cádiz and coordinator of the CEU project. He will arrive later this afternoon, but my greetings also to Casimiro. Professor Carmen Santos, Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources from Angola. Our partners from the European Alliance of CEU, namely the University of Cádiz, the University of West Brittany or Bretagne Occidental, the University of Kiel, the University of Gdańsk, the University of Split, the University of Malta, the University of Naples Parthenop, and the University of Nord. The rectors and vice-rectors of universities from Angola, China, Croatia, Dominican Republic, France, Germany, Italy, Ivory Coast, Malta, Morocco, Mozambique, and Norway, Paraguay, Poland, São Tomé and Príncipe, Senegal, Spain, Ukraine, and United States. All participants in the CEU Congress from Algeria, Brazil, Canada, Colombia, Norway, Sri Lanka, Sweden, and United Kingdom. National and regional entities, deans of schools and directors of research centers, professors, staff members, and students, welcome to the CEU Congress. It is a pleasure and an honor to host this event at the University of Algarve. 32 universities, 27 countries from Africa, West and East, America, North and South, Asia, and also Europe. Awesome, just amazing. Thank you very much for coming. The University of Algarve is a public university founded in 1979, located in the extreme south of Portugal, southwest Europe that you are experiencing now. Algarve is also the name of the region, with an area of 5,400 square kilometers, an Atlantic coastline of 200 kilometers, and a population of 500,000 inhabitants. Our vision in the university is to promote sustainability through innovation and inclusion in education and in research. At the moment, we are a community with 10,000 students, 75% in undergraduate programs and 25% in postgraduate programs, master and doctoral programs. More than 20% of our students are foreigners, and we are organized in schools and research centers. Cooperation and internationalization is part of our DNA. Being member of the CEU is a challenge. Total commitment to the project. Allow me to express my deepest thanks to the team at the University of Algarve, responsible for organizing the Congress. Namely, and please stand up, Alexandra, stand up, Alexandra, Vice Rector for Internationalization, both at the University of Algarve and at the CEU. Patricia, stand up, Pro-Rector at the University of Algarve for CEU Affairs. Marlene, I think Barbara is here, also the head of the International Relations Office and her team, namely Fatme and Natalia. From the communication protocol team, Andre, Marcia, Elder, Vicky, and all the others that were outside waiting for us. Also, Alberto and Marco from the IT service to provide their help to the conference, and also the rectory, secretariats, the drivers, and the members of the Algarve CU working group. To all of you, thank you very much for coming. We hope, well, I'm sure, that this Congress will help us to intensify and extend the cooperation network that already exists between our institutions. Enjoy.
And now, to give us a brief introduction of CEU, I call to the stage the General Coordinator of the Alliance, Fidel Echavarria.
Good morning. Well, it is an honor to welcome you to this CEU Congress, an event that not only represents a significant milestone for our alliance, but also provides us with the opportunity to open our doors to the world. I want to express my gratitude to the distinguished authorities, rectors, colleagues, students, and especially to the representatives of universities from around the world who have joined us in this Congress. Your presence enriches and strengthens the spirit of collaboration that gives meaning to the CEU Alliance, this European University of the Seas. This event takes on greater importance as it reflects the evolution and growth of CEU. From our inception as a consortium, I'm sorry. Being one of the pioneering alliances in the first European universities call in 2019 to the renewal and expansion achieved in 2022. We have grown from 6 to 9 universities with the valuable addition of Nord University in Norway, Parthenope in Naples, Italy, and our host today, the University of Algarve, here in Portugal, of course. 3 new universities joining the 6 pioneers, namely Cádiz, Brest, Kiel, Gdańsk, Split, and Malta. Furthermore, in this expansion, we welcomed 75 associated members and 2 associated partner universities, the World Maritime University in Malmö, Sweden, and the University of Odessa in Ukraine. So 11 universities, 9 plus 2, give 11 universities working together, belonging to 11 different countries in Europe, very well distributed along the European coast, covering all the sea basins around our continent, the Atlantic, the Baltic, the Mediterranean, the Arctic, and the Black Sea. CEU has numerous cross-cutting objectives that mark the progress of what we do in a total of 6 work packages, 25 tasks, more than 40 milestones, 26 deliverables, and 2 observatories, the Observatory on Migration and Human Rights and the Observatory on Sustainable Blue Economy. This one will be presented in more detail later today by our colleague Soran Dogas, Vice Rector of Internationalization of the University of Split. Among all what we do, the legal status we want to achieve, our robust governance, and the design and implementation of new CEU joint programs stand out. The achievement of the legal status for CEU represents a pivotal milestone for the Alliance, signifying its maturation into a recognized legal entity with defined rights, responsibilities, and autonomy. Legal status would grant CEU the authority to enter into contracts, engage in legal transactions, and establish a formal institutional framework, enhancing its capacity to act independently and efficiently. In the second point, the CEU governance structure serves as the linchpin of the Alliance, providing a vital framework for decision-making, coordination, and strategic direction. It establishes a clear hierarchy and defined roles, ensuring effective communication and collaboration among the member universities. With representation from various governing bodies, including the Executive Committee, the Technical Working Group, or the Governing Board, the governance structure facilitates comprehensive oversight and management of CEU's diverse activities, from academic initiatives to administrative tasks. Finally, the ongoing design and development of new CEU joint programs encompassing 1 degree, 2 masters, 1 bachelor, 2 masters, and 1 doctorate underscore the Alliance's commitment to forging a collaborative and integrated European higher education area. These programs hold paramount importance as they represent a collective effort to offer students unparalleled academic experiences across the diverse coastal campuses. By uniting the strengths of multiple institutions, CEU aims to create innovative, interdisciplinary learning pathways that transcend borders and enrich the educational landscape. Later today, my colleague Lola Perea from the University of Cádiz will explain with detail these joint programs in which we are working jointly within the Alliance. All of this and many other tasks, deliverables, and initiatives that were not written in the proposal but came up as a result of our collaboration and enthusiasm is a testament to our commitment to excellence in teaching, research, and knowledge transfer. The oceanographic cruise in the summer of 2022 between Gdańsk and Cadiz, on board the research vessel of the University of Gdańsk, Oceanograph. It's a good example of this type of activities that we carry out within the Alliance without them being a committed task in the project. Our colleague, the professor from the University of Gdańsk, Agata Weidman, will also explain later the details of this cruise and will announce an upcoming cruise that is also planned for this next summer between Gdańsk and Buda in northern Norway. The uniqueness of CEU lies in being a multi-campus university integrated by coastal institutions, where teaching, research, transfer, and connections are deeply rooted in the maritime environment, in the unique identity given to us by the sea, which unites us in customs and ways of being despite the distance. Co-creation is a fundamental pillar, and it is through this collaboration that we seek to offer not only to our partner universities, but also to external institutions like those present here today, opportunities for joint programs, micro-credentials, and the promotion of European values. In this Congress, we will share experiences, explore new avenues of collaboration, and consolidate our vision to contribute to the global landscape of higher education. As we dive into these days of learning and exchange, I invite you to participate actively, contribute your ideas, and be part of the co-creation that defines CEU. In conclusion, thank you for your presence and participation. May this CEU Congress be a beacon of knowledge, innovation, and fruitful collaboration. I would like to end with a message of gratitude to our hosts, Rector Paulo Aguas, Alexandra Teodosio, Patricia Pinto, Marlene Acevedo, and many other people at the University of Algarve who has been working to prepare all the details to receive us here today. Also, I thank the effort done by the University of Gdańsk as co-leader of this initiative. You, Universities of Algarve and Gdańsk, have organized this Congress for so long to offer us a space with doors open to the whole world, to make CEU a global experience beyond Europe in which to show what we do to Africa, Asia, and America, to go further, to be more ambitious, and to have more partners to co-create this adventure. I finish in Portuguese, I will try. Obrigado por tornar este momento possível e nos receber com tanto carinho e profissionalismo. Thank you.
Now it's time to see and to present our new video of CEU. I hope you all enjoy it.
Imagine a sea we respect, a sea we protect, a sea of knowledge where the waves of wisdom flow. CEU, the European University of the Seas, is a formidable European alliance of knowledge, with our sights set on redefining the concept of higher education.
Universidad de Cádiz.
Universität de Bretagne occidentale.
Christian Albrechts Universität zu Kiel.
Universität Gdańsk.
University of Split.
Università Malta.
Università degli Studi di Napoli Partenope.
Universidade do Algarve.
Noor Universiteit.
Together, we represent coastal maritime Europe. In our alliance, we seek solutions for the world. The CEU Lighthouse radiates optimism and hope in facing the challenges of the 21st century. We propose a peripheral way of understanding knowledge and culture, a decentralized, inclusive, diverse, and open approach that offers new perspectives for study and research. Our commitment to combating climate change, conserving biodiversity, and promoting sustainable development is as strong as the currents that cross our seas. CEU is a versatile, multidisciplinary university, an extensive campus where students and staff can experience and embrace a different Europe. A sea brimming with opportunities for everyone to learn, travel, share and grow. CEU is one of the pioneers within the European Commission's initiative for European universities. CEU was born in 2019, but we have renewed ourselves with more partners, a fresh image and new goals.
Resilience.
Wymiana.
Flessibilità.
Excellence.
Co-creazione.
Transversalität.
Creatività.
Inclusión.
Futuro.
We are courageous and adventurous. We sail on the seas of diversity, ideas, books, science, nature, people. Heading towards collective progress, prosperity, and equality. We are committed to finding collective solutions. Ride the wave of knowledge, the wave that crosses borders and unites Europe for the world. Imagine a sea of opportunities in a super campus along the European coastline. Imagine your future at the European University of the Seas.
Following our agenda and to present the major achievements of CEU, I call to the stage to share with us some details about Oceanograph expedition from Gdańsk to Kadish in 2022. Agata Weidman-Zwolicka, professor at the Faculty of Oceanography and Geography at University of Gdańsk in Poland.
I have to say that it's a great honor to speak after such an introduction. And during the introduction, I was thinking what CEU is about. And for me, these are two things. It's about the ocean and cooperation. And I think that Oceanograph expedition has both these things. So, a brief summary. It was the cruise on board the research vessel Oceanograph, which belongs to the University of Gdańsk, and it took place in 2022 after the scientific committee of the CEU Joint Research Cruise decided to do so. And a brief summary, the cruise was almost 5,000 nautical miles, and it took 39 days at sea, and it covered an exceptionally large study area, including the Baltic Sea, the North Sea, the Atlantic Ocean. In total, it was 20 study locations, and the research was carried out on the territorial waters of Poland, Germany, Netherlands, France, and Spain. And there was around 50 marine scientists and students which were directly involved in the campaign, and it took 3 work packages and included 10 research tasks. And these work packages were the first one, the accumulation of shallow gas in the continental sediments, an interdisciplinary approach. The second, air quality in the European coastal waters. And the third one, large-scale comparative studies of pollutants in the European coastal waters. And now let's go a bit into science. So the first work package, the accumulation of shallow gas in the continental shelf sediments. We can ask, why shall we study marine gassy sediments? Well, we should study them because they may become the source of methane, carbon dioxide, and nitrous oxide, which are greenhouse gases, to water column and atmosphere. And the emission of these gases from sediments may influence environmental conditions in the water column, for example, by introducing nutrients accumulated in sediments. And what are the sources of these gases in sediments? So methane comes from microbial processes in anoxic sediments, hydrocarbon seeps, and methane clatrates. And carbon dioxide is the result of processes related to oxidation of organic carbon, while nitrous oxide is in the end product of the nitrification in nutrient-rich areas such as estuaries. So general conclusions are that coastal areas with shallow gas-charged sediments may be considered as hotspot areas where greenhouse gases are emitted to the water column and may further go into atmosphere. However, water column stratification during our studies showed that it may limit the upward emission of gases from sediments to the surface waters and atmosphere, fortunately. And the concentrations of methane in the bottom water about active pockmarks in the Gulf of Gdańsk and the Kenforder Bay were up to several hundred times higher than the background values, although the concentrations of methane and carbon dioxide did not exceed the background values in the surface waters. And the last conclusion is that these intensive gas flares from the sea bottom may promote the release of nutrients from sediments, which will potentially boost primary production. Then we wanted to study air quality in the European coastal areas. So the goals of this work package were to estimate the mass concentrations and chemical composition of atmospheric aerosols in 5 European cities, and to determine the chemical toxins in the surface microlayer and sublayer of port waters. So, looking at the results and regarding the aerosols and different particle sizes, the concentrations in all ports, except from Gdynia, which is bad news for me because I live there, were lower than the normatives for World Health Organization, which is good news for you, apart from Gdynia. And the interesting thing is that pollution, especially polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, also the highest load we found in the microlayer of port waters, also in Gdynia, which is also bad news, and that 41% of them were benzoypyrene, which is the result of incomplete combustion processes. And this could be due to wind speeds that were in Gdynia twice as high compared to other ports, and the discharge of pollutants from the residential areas and the city ring road. And what were the sources of these pollutants in the microlayer of port waters? So in all ports, it was the fuels combustion processes and diesel emissions, as you can see here. Plus, in 2 ports, there were some other components. In Brest, it was gas oil combustion too, and in Gdynia, it was coal and wood combustion. Okay, and regarding the comparative studies of pollutants in the European waters, especially the microplastics, we can also ask, why should we study microplastics? Well, we should because the plastic is the most prevalent type of marine debris. I suppose that all of you know that. And the microplastics are those particles that are smaller than 5 millimeters in length. And the thing is that marine animals can mistake microplastics for food, and this is how it is introduced in the food web. And the other thing is that plastic particles may highly concentrate and transport different pollutants. So this is a huge problem, and it's going to increase in the future. So the goals of this project were to quantify and identify microplastic particles in our surface waters, water column and sediments under the influence of estuaries and coastal cities, and to qualify the chemical contaminants in sediments under the same influence. And the main results are that microplastic particles were present in all samples, 10 sampling locations, 32 samples, and at all depths, from the surface layers to the deepest parts of the Biscay abyssal plain. And the most particle sizes found were 0.25 up to 2 millimeters. And their concentrations ranged from the maximum reached in the Elbe estuary up to down to the minimum in Brest Bay and the Gulf of Cadiz. And the most frequent polymers found were different polyethylenes, polyoxymethylene, and polypropylene. So, in the end, I want to say that the results of this cruise are on their way to being published in high-ranking journals. But not only that, the expedition was a huge success also in local media and in popular science media, the examples of which you can see above. And having said that, I want to acknowledge my co-authors, especially the leaders of different work packages who prepared the respective parts of the presentation. And last but not least, I'm really excited to say that this year, the oceanograph will go for another joint CEU cruise up north to the North University in Budu. And we are going to make measurements and collect samples all the way up from the Baltic Sea to the Arctic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now it's time to hear about the science show by young stage researchers. Saying this, I call to the stage Duygu Dengis, Dani Suaha Alami, Matthew Vassallo, and Ulf Evert, who will moderate this presentation.
I can't hear, do I? Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to 30 minutes of, yes, some more science communication. My name is Ulf Evert. I work at Kiel University, you heard about. Our project is the Science Show, one of our projects, in which young doctoral researchers present their science to a wide public. Science communication is also one of many tasks within that huge grand CEU alliance. In Kiel, colleagues of mine and I hold the co-lead for that task. But guess which university has the lead of that task? Yes, indeed, it's here on the Algarve, and in person the lead has Professor Manuel Silio Conceição. Don't know if he's here. Yes, good up. Why is science communication important? At this conference, we're talking about global change, global issues, global challenges, and how to overcome them, how to find solutions together. Our world changes very fast. Its problems can be very complex, and so science can be very complex as well. But science can also find solutions. However, complexity and change is something that scares many people. So it's all the more important to build trust in science, to build trust by understanding science, by understanding people who do science and why. Why are they so passionate about what they do? Why should we all care? One of the objectives of the CEU Alliance is to link to society and to link to stakeholders. Another objective is to learn from each other how to do that. It was just great to hear from Gdańsk, because in 22 we invited 3 early career researchers to Kiel, preparing them for giving their talk on their research to a wide public at the European Researchers' Night. That paved the pathway to a broader, a bigger cross-alliance project, the CEU Science Show, last year. And last year, oh, here we go. Oh, yes. Last year, we hosted 10 doctoral researchers from the Alliance, preparing them in workshops on Kiel, on science communication, and finally, they did present in concise talks at the European Researchers' Night their research to a wide audience. I would have loved to bring all of them today, but I had to pick 3 of them. You can see them here already. So, hope you're ready. I spoke of complex research, complex challenges. To manage complexity, our research has to be interdisciplinary. One role model of interdisciplinary work is just sitting here. And she's doing it by inventing tiny materials that address great challenges. Please give a big welcome from Kiel University, Duygu Dengis.
Well, welcome everyone. And so, as Ulf mentioned, I will talk about very complex problems. And this is my title, Shape Memory Alloy Thin Film Intracellular Aneurysm Implants with Oxetic Structures. I know it's a mouthful title. On purpose, I kept it very complex because today I want to make a visual dictionary for you so you guys can understand, end of my talk, what I'm doing in my PhD. Okay, let's start. But as Ulf also mentioned, that when we have a very complex problem, you have to use different fields to actually break down and just solve this problem. And this title contains more than a few fields. I'm a material scientist, so I have material science, engineering, medicine, and design and architecture. Okay, let's start our dictionary now. We start with the disease that I'm trying to help the doctors, how they can treat this, and it's called aneurysms. Aneurysms are very widely seen disease. Every 1 person in 50 people has an aneurysm. I like to scare people. Maybe one of you might have an aneurysm in this room. And every 18 minutes an aneurysm ruptures, hopefully not today. But yeah. But aneurysm, what they look like? They're in the brain, they are like balloon-like formations. But what happens if you inhale a balloon too much? It explodes, and then you die. But how we treat this disease? You technically need to cut the blood flow into the aneurysm so it doesn't explode anymore. So there are already implants in the market to treat this disease, and it's in my title. So let's go to the next word. Okay, my simulations doesn't work. It's called intracerebral implants. So these implants are, as you can see, we have surgical clipping. They open your skull. They place a tiny clip on the neck of the aneurysm, and they cut the blood flow. And then we have endovascular coiling, which is like a very soft metal goes and does this spaghetti-like behavior in the aneurysm. And then we have these normal cardiovascular stents that you can also find like everywhere that place on the neck of the aneurysm. And we have relatively new devices called web, like a ball-like shaped devices can go into the aneurysm. But what intracerebral means, that an implant can go into the aneurysm sac. So in these 4 cases, endovascular coiling and web is an intracerebral device. That's what I'm trying to create. But how we deploy these devices into the brain if we don't want to open the skull like in the clipping? We have deployment systems. I will run a very short clip and hand over. I will use Ulf as an assistant. We have this tiny tube that can go, I just show for a second and I'll give it to you, sorry. We have this tiny tube that can go all the way from they open a small cut here and put into the body and then create this highway directly to the brain. And I just want you to hand over this because I want you to see how small it is. And as you can see, once they place this, that you can put any type of device into the aneurysm sac. But of course, I'm an engineer. This brings me a lot of challenges. In the fancy words, high deformation and recovery after deformation. What I mean by deformation, all the implants are made of metals. So if I get this aluminum foil, I can put it in a tube, okay? It's gonna be fine. I can just crimp it, put it in a tube. But how I'm gonna recover this, how I'm gonna bring it back to the original shape? That's a big challenge to recover these high deformations, but it's in my title, the answer. It's shape memory alloys. But like, what are these? It's actually in the name. Imagine a metal can remember a shape, and I can go back to the original shape that it was, how it was for this aluminum foil. I have a tiny video for it. This wire was in the heart shape. It's a video from my student kitchen. We just deformed it and put in a hot water, could be body temperature, and we'll go back to the original shape. Okay, we solved this problem, the high deformations and everything, but nature is not perfect. These are real aneurysms. They are not like balloons. Like, they are not like circular and perfect. So this brings me another challenge as an engineer. It's curvature adaptation in the fancy words, because I need to put the implant, and the implant has to have these weird shapes, how the aneurysm shows. Well, how I can overcome this challenge again? It's in my title. It's auxetic structures. As you can see, these structures can have very complex shapes, and they can adapt these convex and concave surfaces. But what are these structures exactly? I have a video again. Conventional materials, like let's say we have this sock. When you pull it, it gets smaller. It's called necking. But auxetics, as we can see here, they get larger, also on the video. But also they have another advantage. When you compress a material, normal material gets larger, but auxetics get smaller, so I can put them in this tiny tube as well, so it gives me another advantage. So I will give, again, some toys to play for you to understand what auxetics really mean, as I showed right now. But you can find these structures for architecture mainly, but also for design, like under your shoe. You can find it. Nike and Under Armour has such soles. And there is a video that under the shoe sole that you can see I am just pulling it, it gets larger, and then I'm pushing it, it gets smaller. Okay, we overcome that problem too. So this is me in the clean room. We use the same technology as the computer chips are fabricated. Because I'm doing a brain implant, it has to be really, really small, but how small it is. So this is a human hair, and it's like approximately 6 to 100 micron, and my structures are like half of it. And I have a video that I fabricated this with shape memory alloys. And as you can see, I'm pulling it slowly, and it shows auxetic behavior. And I do also simulations to show if they are really matching with the experiments, so I can design different auxetic structures. Okay, so these are some of the implants that I already designed and fabricated and published. So this is me in the MRI machine, because I do some part of my project in the medical faculty. After we fabricate the implants, we use MRI to do the flow analysis. So I was volunteering for my colleague to learn MRI. And that's me after a brain surgery that I attend, because doctors are technically my customers, and I need to see what kind of challenges they are going through. So I attend some of the surgeries to see and understand how they do deployments or what kind of challenges they are facing. Hopefully, when you're reading this title again, you can understand a little bit better what I'm doing in my PhD. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Duygu. Duygu just took us through a ride through the human body, through pathways through human bodies. Our next speaker will have a look on pathways that we as humans have been using for thousands of years. Water connects us all here, topographically, but also geographically. But are we aware of any waterway that we can use, and aware of any kind of possibility how to use it? Now we have a visionary future vision by someone who comes from the North University in Bode. Please give a big warm welcome to Daneshwara Alamin.
Thank you so much, all, for the kind introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'll talk to you about the future of our transportations. There are two things that I want you to remember throughout my presentations. The first is autonomous ships, and the second is adoptions. Autonomous ships means a ship that can behave, navigates, or moves based on her own decisions, while adoption is an individual process of learning something new. Let's start with the problem that we are facing today. Some of us commute every day with our cars, and some of us face this risk: daily traffic jams and road accidents. And you can clearly see the reason on the right side. We have only one road that we share. We have only one road that we share with the freight transport or goods and passenger transport. The development of road transport is limited. It's not sustainable. But we do have other options. Other than road transport, we have railways, and also, as Ulf mentioned earlier, we have inland waterways that utilize rivers and canals. Unfortunately, for the past years in EU, we've been using road transport majority in the most way. So the data shows that we use road transport almost for 80% of our freight. It is followed by railways, and inland waterways only utilize 6%. And unfortunately, it's the same case with Portugal. We only use roads for almost like 90%, and rail follows with 10%. And we don't utilize inland waterways. It is unfortunate because we got waterways here in Portugal and also all over Europe. So what if we use waterways more? It is the most sustainable, it's the cheapest, and it's also least noisy for the urban areas. Ship silence. But there are also disadvantages. First is less reliable because it relies on the water level that is changing all over the season, all over the years. And also it's non-24 hours operations because it relies on the daylight. And also the biggest problem that we are facing today is that we are facing with the aging crews. The average age of people on board is 40 years old. Younger generations, they do not want to be on board anymore. They want to have a normal daily job. And here comes my research. My research is about to make inland waterways as competitive as the road transport. The question is how. So this is how. This is a company in Belgium operating their ships from their office remotely. So as you can see, their ship has no human facilities anymore. They are operating it from their office, so people can have normal jobs. So the operation can be more competitive right now. It's very efficient, and it doesn't rely on the daylight anymore. But to be able to promote this in a good way, we have to take a look at it at the innovations perspective. This is the first iPhone, the phone that changed our way to use our phone on a daily basis. So my research is about looking at autonomous ships in the perspective of innovations, and I want to promote it. To be able to do it, I divided my research into three simple stages. First, identify what kind of innovation is this, the characteristics and all the actors behind it. And the second is to understand the behavior of the people around these innovations. Understand their intentions, to understand what motivates them to adopt these innovations. And then at the end, I can model the adoptions, and I can promote it in the way that the idea of my research is to find which variables motivates the ship owners more. So one of the findings is that shipping companies, it seems obvious, it revolves around them. They are already inside the industry. They can change the industry from the inside, but they will be also affected by the risk of adopting new technology. And I have surveyed 52 ship owners all over EU. And most of them, they are coming from the Netherlands, but we also have some voices from Switzerland, Germany, France, and Belgium. And their behavior is the same. Their intention is the same. It doesn't matter where they're coming from. It doesn't matter what market segments that they are working on. They want the advantages. They want all the benefits of autonomous ships, but they do not want to take the risk. They want somebody else to take the risk for them. And also, social norms play a big part. So if they see their competitors using new ships, they want it as well. But they have to see it first. So at the latest stage of my research, I want to model this. I want to have a simulations when I can simulate the social network of the ship owners and how they are connected, how they exchange information, and how these green ship owners that represent the ship owners that have not adopted the autonomous ships and the red one that have adopted the autonomous ships. I want to change the variables. I can answer the big questions. Which variables affect the adoption more? So we can answer to the stakeholders, European Commissions, or CCNR in this case is for the Inland Shipping Authority. Which variables affect the ship owners? Is it the market? Is it the technology? Or is it the policy? So we can make something more effective. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe in one thing. I believe waterways is for goods. We can use it one more. And our roads for the passenger transport. So at the end, we want you to feel the summer breeze in the summer and not smoke from trailers and trucks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Danes. I'm from North University. Thank you so much for your attention.
how many of you... Hello? It's working. Okay, sorry. How many of you have ever played bingo? Please raise your hands. Okay. And how many of you have ever played the National Lottery? Please raise your hands. Okay. And how many of you have ever bet money on sports? Raise your hands. Okay. These are all forms of gambling activities. And now, I would like you to meet Tina. Tina is married to Paul, and sometimes she goes to bingo with her friends. And this is Paul. He is Tina's husband, and once a week, he plays poker with his friends. Paul and Tina form part of the 56% of the Maltese population which engages in some form of gambling activity at least once a year. Since the beginning of civilization, people have been wagering on the outcome of unpredictable events, so it is no surprise that gambling is alive and well in Europe. But not all gambling leads to problem gambling. However, Paul started spending more time and more money on gambling, and even started gambling online. He started to lose a lot of money, and in order to chase back his losses, he gambled even more to win back the money he had lost. Paul was no longer gambling for fun, but he was now a problem gambler. And he is not alone. In fact, data shows that around 2.1% of all gambling activity worldwide is problematic, and Paul is just one of over 165 million individuals worldwide who have some degree of problem gambling. Now, Tina had no idea about Paul's addiction. Since he was gambling online, it was easy for him to hide. And Tina only found out about it when she went to the supermarket to buy the monthly groceries. When she went to pay, her joint bank card was declined due to insufficient funds. So she checked her recent transactions and found a large number of transactions going to online gambling websites. So she confronted Paul about it, but he denied his addiction, and this made Tina angry. So as you can see, problem gambling does not only impact the gambler, but it also impacts a minimum of 7 other individuals who are affected by the gambler's addiction. And these individuals have varying relationships to the gambler, so it is not just close family members who are impacted. And we refer to these individuals as affected others. And these affected others are not alone. In fact, it has been estimated that around 19% of the general population will experience some form of harm to some degree at some point in their lives. So if you think about it, almost 1 in every 5 individuals will experience some form of harm and be considered as an affected other at some point in their lives. Like many affected others, Tina was feeling helpless. She was experiencing financial hardships, but not just that. She started to isolate herself from her friends because she was ashamed of Paul's addiction, and she developed anxiety and depression. She started to get into frequent arguments with Paul, and Tina needed help. However, most support services for problem gambling are targeted towards the gamblers. And because Paul was not admitting his addiction, he did not seek treatment. In fact, problem gambling is associated with low treatment entry, significant treatment dropout, and high relapse rates. And because affected others experience several harms as a result of someone else's problem gambling, they need their own targeted support services. So I wanted to help Tina. I have always known about the hardships that affected others face because of someone else's problem gambling, because my grandfather was also a problem gambler. And this ultimately led to my grandparents' divorce. Eventually, when I became a nurse, I started meeting even more people who were experiencing harm because of someone else's addiction. So I decided that I wanted to develop an intervention specifically targeted towards affected others. And I divided my PhD research into 3 distinct stages. In the first stage, I adopted an evidence-based approach and conducted a systematic review. And what this means is that I searched the literature for studies which have investigated the efficiency and how well other interventions worked. And to better meet the aims of the systematic review, I also included an expert panel with people from the industry and also problem gamblers and affected others. Now, from the findings of the systematic review, I identified two types of interventions. Those which included both the affected other and the problem gambler in the form of couples therapy, and an intervention which was focused only on affected others alone. Now, from the statistical analysis, it was revealed that interventions focused on affected others alone were a little bit more beneficial to minimize their harms. So I decided to build an intervention which was directed towards affected others alone. And to do this, I invited the expert panel from the first stage to participate in anonymous online questionnaires, and in a second stage to develop the treatment manual. Once the treatment manual was concluded, and what is different from my manual to previous studies is that this manual, this treatment is only 3 of the sessions are mandatory to all participants. The remaining sessions can be decided depending on each case between an active discussion between the therapist and the affected individual. So it is more client-centered and tailor-made to their own needs. Okay, so I identified the intervention, developed the manual, but I wanted to know how well it works. So in the final stage, I am going to do a double-blinded randomized control trial. And what this means is that neither myself nor the participants will know which intervention they have received. The participants will be randomly allocated to either the experimental group, where they will receive the intervention I have co-developed, or to the control group, where they will receive the intervention, the treatment which is already available locally. I will collect data before and after the intervention to see how well the intervention worked in minimizing their harm. After the experiment, Tina should have developed a set of coping skills which will help her to cope with Paul's addictions and the harms she's experiencing as a result of his addiction. I will then also invite Tina and the other participants to participate in interviews where I will ask them about their experience of receiving the treatment to identify ways in which the intervention can be improved so that it is better available to others. Ultimately, the goal is that the intervention I co-develop will be introduced into local treatment support services for problem gambling so that other affected others can reap its benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was a condensed version of the first CEU science show of last year. So before I close that section, please give it up once again for Döge Dengis from Kiel, Dennis Vada from Bodø, Norway, and Matthew Vasallo from University of Malta. Thank you very much. Well, if you have further questions or maybe you have some ideas for potential collaborations on science communication, then please contact us, because this project is going on. It might become more global as well. So today we don't have the time to talk about our work, how to prepare our people in the CEU Alliance in detail. So I spontaneously decided to bring to that conference a little clip. We've been doing a documentary last year about our work in Kiel, about how we prepare people and what they personally gain, because it's not only about the science, it's also about different personalities and different approaches of how to convey your science. So please enjoy a little clip. It's mainly in German because it was a German documentary, but especially for that event, we just subtitled it in English. So thank you very much again, and please enjoy. Moin! Dankeschön. Herzlich willkommen in der Pumpe, herzlich willkommen zur Science Show.
Forschung ist für Menschen, ist für die Menschheit, und von dem her sollte die auch irgendwas von uns zurückkriegen. Und nach Möglichkeit was dann auch Spaß macht, wo man am Ende aus der Veranstaltung rausgeht und das Gefühl hat, ich habe was gelernt.
Es geht uns darum, einfach auch die Menschen hinter der Forschung zu zeigen. Also bei einem Science Slam zum Beispiel, da hat man ja dann eine Abstimmung mit dem Publikum, Platz 1 bis 4. Uns geht es hier nicht um Ranking oder Konkurrenz, sondern einfach, wer sind die Leute hinter der Forschung? Warum brennen die für das, was sie tun und warum kann das auch für unser Publikum interessant sein oder sogar relevant sein.
Come on, what can you see from there? Stand up. Come on, don't be shy. Ole.
Schließen Sie doch gerne erstmal Ihre Augen. Und wenn die Augen jetzt schon geschlossen sind, dann versuchen Sie sich doch mal an Ihren letzten Konflikt zu erinnern.
Ich komme halt aus Preetz, das ist ja hier in der Gegend, und da haben wir auch einen Auftritt gehabt. Und das war für mich wirklich der besondere Moment, halt in meiner Heimatstadt auf der Bühne stehen zu können und denen halt sozusagen nach so vielen Jahren zu zeigen, was ich jetzt mache und sozusagen da einmal noch wieder als Preetzer aufzutreten, aber eben mit dem ganzen wissenschaftlichen Hintergrund, den ich mir mittlerweile angeeignet habe, und denen halt zeigen zu können, was wir halt alles machen. Das war, oder was ich im Speziellen mache, das war schon richtig klasse.
Science communication for me is more like if you can explain something like your topic to a person. It can be like it can have a scientific background, and it can they can have scientific background or they can not have scientific background. It doesn't matter. Like if they don't understand you, yeah. So what's the point of doing science? You just like you do it for yourself.
Schwer zu sagen, aber ich würde sagen, Science Show ist für mich eigentlich das unterhaltsame Darstellen von meiner Forschung, die ich mache. Genau. Und das versuchen kurz und prägnant und ja, vor allem unterhaltsam. So.
Sich auf das Publikum, was vor einem ist, einzulassen und versuchen, nicht nur selbst Spaß zu haben, sondern zusammen mit dem Publikum Spaß zu haben. Und das unter dem Stern der Wissenschaft. Ja, das ist für mich, glaube ich, Science Show. Ja. Das ist für alle da. Ja.
And now to present the Blue Economy Observatory, I call to the stage the Vice Rector for International Collaboration and Cooperation with Local Community from the University of Split in Croatia, Zoran Jogaš.
Thank you for such a beautiful pronunciation of my last name. I would like to thank the organizers first, Paulo, Alexandra, Patricia, Marlene, and also I would like to Fidel and the whole crew. This is a great experience for all of us to participate in the CEU, and this is already being such a great Congress. And it is a little bit difficult to talk after those beautiful presentations done by our youngster, by our students. And for me, as a medical doctor, it was in particularly important to listen and to learn from the first and the third presentation. As far as aneurysm and the burst, eventual burst, as a medical doctor and neuroscientist, I need to say, even if it happens in wilderness, you don't necessarily die. There is 16% survival rate. And as far as drugs, there was a big problem in Split some years ago. Drug addiction was a huge problem. And then gambling actually became even bigger. So we came up with the idea to fight with drugs against gambling. So anyhow, this is like a brief introduction, from medical doctor. But now I need to go to serious business and keep it not very boring, for you. Observatory for Sustainable Blue Economy was one of the achievements in the first 4-year period of the CEU project. And I have a chance, because I joined the group actually 1.5 years ago. I needed to learn a little more about the blue economy. So the best way actually to learn is to talk to the founder. And luckily we had a chance to have Gunter Pauli in Split, last summer. So we sat and we had lunch together. It was only 4 of us. So we exchanged the ideas, and I said, okay, what about the concept of the blue economy? And I told him about the CEU Alliance, about our OSBI observatory, and he was enthusiastic about collaborating in the future. But also he shared some ideas on the Canarian Islands. There was one island, I believe it's El Hierro, but I'm not so sure about it, who decided not to grow as Tenerife in tourism, like Split and Faro and most our places. And he said, well, we developed the concept of blue economy, and he was telling me how they did it. So eventually, the outcome shows everything. So they started with vineyards because everybody is producing wine. So they said, okay, we put them all together. We made wine, we did branding and everything. So we gained a lot of money, with this. And then we went to goats, farmers raising goats. And they said, well, we invested in goat milk. And what about the blue economy? He told me, he asked me. I said, well, what would you do actually from the goat milk? I said, well, cheese, because we all like, no, this is not blue economy. So we did actually, we used the goat milk for ice cream with goat milk, so you get bigger quantity and everything. So they made money and everything. So in short, the outcome from about 4,000 to 5,000 people, the population was going up to about 14,000. So this is actually a good example, and this is how I learned about blue economy, from this source. So anyhow, as far as our alliance and our observatory, it is definitely, something which is by definition defined. It serves as the transnational observation team, which is trying to facilitate regional dialogue and then, due to this dialogue, actually to foster an effective networks of marine and maritime stakeholders across the regions. And besides, we of course need to raise the awareness of marine and maritime professions, because public awareness today is even more important than anywhere before actually in history. We need to appeal actually to young people and to promote circular migration-informed strategies for matching supplies, and of course for demands of the jobs in our alliances, in our regions, and in particular because we invited for the partners the cities and the ports in this second round of the alliance project. As far as outcomes of the first 4 years, we performed the survey, collected data on study programs, key definitions, and data availability in all our universities. And then we produced the white paper on how higher education institutions and the partners can actually contribute to the creation of sustainable blue jobs. Everybody's talking about sustainability. And we established stakeholder network through 5 local consultations at our universities in Split, Malta, Cadiz, and Brest, and through actually 2 intra-alliance consultations and engagement of about 41 stakeholders. Now this number is, of course, much higher. As far as structure of OSBI in our second round in CEU 2.0 and the focal points, this is actually the brief illustration of it. We have chief coordinator, and we have 8 observatory ambassadors and 9 focal points from supporting technical staff, and there is 1 secretary who's helping for the group. As far as the OSBI consolidation, its structure with the addition of representatives from the 3 new partner universities is present here, because in the first round we had only 6 universities. And here, this is from the project proposal. I will not go into reading, of course, this, but I will present by the schemes, actually, here, the platform. What is it? The platform that is now being not only developed, but updated continuously. The platform presents the co-creation for internal and external partners of the Alliance. So we try to include everybody there, and also we use this platform to invite stakeholders from different companies, institutions, and administration, including those that are also belonging to our CEU project now, ports and cities from all our 9 universities. to contribute to the platform with the content. And also this platform is a database for educational opportunities and on the other hand, of course, for research opportunities or Blue Project opportunities. The path of OSBI within the CEU, this is a mission here on the left side, the blue economy, policy recommendations and sustainability of the blue economy. And then I will just try to illustrate the next steps that we are going to undertake as far as analysis and development solutions for the future of our planet in terms of sustainability. So to make it short, actually, we have like 3 major points. One is stakeholder mapping. So to identify everybody who can contribute to this project. And this includes, of course, all the partners that I mentioned before. And then the second part is the analysis of maritime innovation ecosystems through both external analysis to look around to see who's there, who can actually contribute to our initiative and our OSBI, and of course through internal analysis, because sometimes we are not really familiar with all the capabilities, all the possibilities within our university, and not everybody is very well informed of what's going on at the CEU Alliance. In Split, I forgot to send you greetings from my rector. He is going to be mad if you don't quote me that I said hello, you know, for Professor Dragan Jutic, who's greatly supportive for this alliance, and we are all enthusiastic about it, but not only the rector and the vice rectors and the whole team, but also about 20,000 students in Split and about 2,000 employees. So sometimes we need to dig in to see actually who's in our universities who can be who can have his own, her own benefits participating in this project, but also who can actually contribute to our whole OSB system. And then, of course, lastly, we need to plan a common strategy for maritime innovation ecosystems. And this is a big challenge, but also this is a big and great opportunity for all our cities. As far as recent activities, there was a staff week from 14th until 16th of November last year, and this was very ambitious ambition from the participants and from the people involved in the School of Economy and our other partner schools of economy as far as human resources management. So on one hand, we have human resource managers and professionals from Blue Economy, and from the other hand, we invited companies and practitioners. And the outcome is here, getting to know teachers and researchers from partner universities who work in the field of human resources management. And these are the results of the staff week on sustainable human resource management. First one is general, sustainable management of human resources, and the other one is more applied toward the human resources for sustainable blue economy. And then there was a discussion on project proposals for 2-3 collaborative projects under the general topic of sustainable management of human resources for sustainable blue economy. And of course, there are big opportunities not only within our proposal and the project proposal in our ministries to get some more help, but also we can apply for ERA talents in Europe. So ERA Shuttle project is the one that is going to be worked on. And the last one was defining joint research opportunities and propose updates of the platform. And this platform is a big thing. This platform needs to be united with our general platform with all the job opportunities. So this is the timeline actually, but not every item here is being done at a time, but some are, of course, continuous activities. So setting up a network was done, and this is what I presented before. And then the portal that was developed in OSBI CEU UAlg, this is done continuously, and this platform actually is getting bigger and bigger and with more and more updated materials there. So the staff week that I showed, and then the future activities is going to be the participation in the staff week. The next one is planned in Malta on the topic of sustainable blue economy. And then finally, there is additional potential connection of the OSB to the website, that is our general website for the job opportunities and all other actually opportunities. There is an alumni section that is also developed, and this is very important to my opinion as well. So there are many, many more opportunities for us to connect with research institutes, with shipyards, ports, the blue energy sector, aquaculture, coastal, environmental protection stakeholders, and also the tourism that I mentioned before, coastal and marine, and other blue stakeholders from the environment could contribute significantly. There are many more possibilities for joint collaborations, longitudinal research, and joint projects. And there are more opportunities to create joint blue educational offer. So, as Fidel said, and the next presentation is going to be on our joint study programs, this is also a big chance for our collaboration there. And finally, the more possibilities exist to facilitate regional dialogue and to foster an effective network of all our regions with all the differences and all the similarities that we have. And that would be all. I hope it was not too boring and you got a big picture about our potentials and our future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. So it is time now to know the major plans for CEU 2.0. Saying this, I call to the stage to share with us some details about enlightening education, European joint programs, Lola Perea from University of Cadiz.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here in this important CEU Congress with this big audience. And I'm going to talk about the CEU joint programs. So let's start. Well, the main objective of these joint programs is to establish an inter-university campus of higher education that includes a joint, flexible, interdisciplinary and innovative curriculum at the 3 levels of education: bachelor, master, and doctorate. Well, there are some words that you have already heard from the previous speakers, like co-creation, flexibility, pedagogical innovation, research innovation. So the aim of the CEU pilot joint programs, I wanted to highlight these words, co-creation and co-delivery, because all these joint programs are being co-created by the different partner universities and are going to be hopefully implemented by a co-delivery of the courses. So this character is also, of course, the character of the joint programs is interdisciplinary, as this word has come up already a few times, and online with the latest innovations in pedagogy is also a challenge. They all have a challenge-based component. So, of course, first we are co-creating the programs. We have different pedagogical tools that we are using. Then we have to accredit all the programs for the quality of the programs and then the delivery. I will talk about this in more detail. Well, there are 4 pilot joint programs. I like to emphasize the word pilot because really we are piloting, we are doing things differently. We are doing things like, at least at our universities, we hadn't done them before. Some people, well, I heard somebody said at a meeting with of the Spanish alliances with the Spanish Ministry of Universities, when talking about joint programs, this person said, this colleague said, that is a new situation and it's like building the plane while the plane is flying. So it takes risks, but it's also very much, it gives us a lot of enthusiasm because we believe these are projects which students can benefit from deeply. So the first of these joint programs is the joint bachelor degree in sustainable blue economy. It's coordinated by the University of Cadiz, and we have 7 partners participating in this program. Of course, the University of Cadiz, who is the leader, University of Split, University of Malta, University of Gdańsk, Nord, University of Algarve, and Partenope University in Naples. Then we have the joint master's degree in sustainable management of organizations, coordinated by the University of Brest. And for this particular master, there is an Erasmus Mundus design project, and this project is led by the University of Malta. In fact, this month of January is the last month for this design measure project, and the coordinators are about to deliver the project results. The participation institutions are 6 this time: University of Brest and Malta, of course, the University of Cadiz, University of Split, University of Gdańsk, and Nord. Then we have the, sorry, I wanted to mention here, because of this special difference with the other degrees, that it is associated to the turquoise, that's the name that was given to the Erasmus Mundus design measure. The University of Algarve is not participating, but after the, but after the delivery of the results of the project, it's going to be open to the other CEU universities to participate, and we are already counting the University of Algarve in. Then we have the joint master degree in port management and logistics. For short, we call it MIPMAL, coordinated again by the University of Cadiz. Besides, we have University of Split, Malta, Gdańsk, and Algarve participating. And finally, we are preparing a doctoral program in marine and maritime sciences and technologies, coordinated by the University of Split. We have Split, of course, University of Cadiz, Brest, Malta, Nord, Algarve, and we have recently, we are very happy because recently the University of Partenope, Italy, is going to join us. In fact, their representative came to our last academic committee meeting, which was, I think, yesterday. No, the day before. Okay, so this is the timeline for the joint programs. All this about joint programs, which is like a tsunami, a tsunami of work and cooperation and a lot of things. Well, the timeline is they were approved by the Executive Committee in November 2020. And there were originally 3 programs. The MIPMAL, the one in port management and logistics, was not in this first list, but it was added a bit later in November 2022. And so we are in the process of creating the 4 programs. I will explain how we are doing it. They must be ready for spring this year, so little and so much work, so little time, so much work, and because they have to be submitted for accreditation in spring, and our idea is to, our objective is to start all these programs for the academic year 25-26. Well, the first one, I mentioned already all of them, but I'm going to go one by one now, giving you some more details, is the joint bachelor degree in sustainable blue economy. Well, of course, this has a lot to do with the ODS 14, and I like these words from the European Commissioner for Environment. There are words from many important people, but it is, and I think the justification of this program is more than, well, it's obvious on the one side, but it's also very well documented scientifically. Because the challenge of climate change only exacerbates the existing pressures coming from marine pollution, unsustainable resource use, or illicit activities. At the same time, the blue economy offers opportunities for sustainable economic development. So I'm convinced that we can restore our marine environment while also bringing benefits to our coastal communities and the economy at large. Well, these words we can make ours. We can make these words ours. This is what we also believe. Well, the mission of this bachelor program, joint bachelor program, is to be international, of course, intercultural. Mobility is going to be compulsory. This is something new because, at least with the European degrees, mobility is usually optional. It's not compulsory, but here mobility is going to be a mandatory issue. We have to still find out the ways to make it available for the students on the least possible cost through Erasmus, but we are working on that. All the degrees will be taught in English. They will have, and this in particular, will have a very applied orientation, very practical training, obligatory internships also, holistic, and again the word interdisciplinary vision, and of course training in adaptive and transferable skills. We are talking when designing the programs about skills, also about knowledge, but a lot on skills. And our students must be able to adapt, to be flexible, because we are living in a changing world. The program structure is, as you can see on the screen, it's 3 years, 180 ECTS. The first and 2 years are compulsory, and they are about basics for this type of studies. They have applied mathematics, also conservation of nature, and this type of subjects. And then in the 3rd year, they have, and I think this is a big challenge, but also a great opportunity for the students who do this master. They have, for the last year, semesters 5 and 6, they have 6 pathways to choose from. So they have the Blue Sustainability Accounting and Management pathway, provided by Partenope and Gdańsk. Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Resources by University of Gdańsk. Human Impact in the Arctic by Nord. Sustainable Port Tourism Cities by Split. Blue Management, Accounting, Conservation and Restoration by University of Cadiz. And Blue Business, Tourism and Seafood, a joint pathway also, like the first one I mentioned, by Algarve and Cadiz. Then the students will have to do an internship and a bachelor project. Years 1 and 2 are common for all the students, and they have the opportunity of selecting 3 starting universities. The idea is to offer this degree at 3 CEU universities. So students can choose to do the first year at the University of Cadiz and second year at University of Algarve. We are very close partners, so we are sharing the hosting of the first and second years. Then the University of Partenope in Italy is going to be another of the starting universities. And finally, the University of Gdańsk. Our objective is to have a maximum of 30 students, around 30 students per host university, so a maximum number around 100 students. And of course, in year 3, the students will be at the university offering their selected pathway, elective pathway, with the mandatory mobility. These are some of the meetings we've had. 12, 14, 14th, I don't know, many online meetings, but there is nothing like a good face-to-face meeting. So every time we meet face-to-face, we advance much more. We've met 3 times in Cadiz was the first meeting, then Naples, then North, and then we are meeting again the last week in February in Cadiz. Try to wrap everything up. Okay, I didn't mention something, but it's okay because it's also applicable to this joint master, and is how we have been creating every course. For every course, I mean, there are, every course is has a number of 6 ECTS credits. So there are 10 courses for each year, if my numbers are not wrong. So every course has been created by a panel of experts, what we call CCCTs. We have lots of acronyms. I was going crazy when I first entered this joint programs issue with so many acronyms. Well, the CCCTs is course content co-creation teams. So all courses have been created or are being created by these co-creation teams, which are composed of, the international CCCTs are composed of members from each participating university. So that one course has been created by, let's say, 7 experts from the participating universities. So we are creating something new. We are creating it together, and with the best expertise we have in our CEU community. Of course, everything is decided, the structure, commonly decided, jointly decided. That's why we have so many meetings. Okay, now we have the joint master's degree in sustainable management of organization, which is going to be joined by Algarve, as I said, and is coordinated by Brest and the Erasmus design measures by Malta. Well, in their mission statement, they say, why turquoise? Well, this was a name. Turquoise comes from blue, from green, the color of turquoise. We have a colleague who's participating in this and other projects, joint programs, who created this term is Godfrey Baldacchino. I'm sure many of you know him, and he created this name of turquoise because of the blue economy and green. We have to be blue and green. So this concerns the sustainability of organizations and the management of organizations. To adapt, organizations need to adapt to these environmental changes and to approach these challenges. They have to challenge, as I said, management, conventional management, science and economy principles, and give it a sustainable point of approach. should be one of the main concerns of this of every company. So this was the main idea behind this joint master. Well, the structure is 2 years, 120 credits. Well, they have used a maritime terminology since we are CEU. Then before the first semester, they have some course called Finding Our Bearings. Then introduction courses, setting the course and setting sail. In semester 2, changing tack. Semester 3, land ahoy, and finally coming ashore. They also, of course, promote the sustainable economic growth. And regarding mobility, they are doing something very ambitious also. Because for the first cohort, the first year will be spent in UBO, which is the coordinating university, and the second year, the first semester in Malta, and the second semester, students can choose from all participating universities where they want to do their internship and dissertation. And second cohort, UNIST and UCA. Then again, the last semester is open. Then Gdańsk and Nord. And these, well, when they have planned for the first cohorts, will be UBO again and Malta, and then it will be, like they say, the mobility is on a pass-the-ball basis. So they have had many meetings and also face-to-face meetings. And I know this working group is very busy at the moment to deliver on time the result of the Erasmus Mundus Design Measure project. And then we go to the Joint Master in Port Management and Logistics. Well, this is every degree has its peculiarities. This one, well, is also a 2-year long program, 120 credits, but this is blended learning. It will be hybrid learning plus 1 intensive study week face-to-face at each campus per semester. Every semester will cover 30 credits maximum and include 6 modules of study of 5, for the masters is 5 ECTS each. And the semesters are focusing on the main topics of this joint program. Port and Services and Operations, which is led by UNIST. Port Economics and Logistics, led by the University of Cadiz. Port Law and Digitalization, led by Malta and Gdańsk. And Internship plus Thesis and Dissertation, which is led by UCA. I'm missing here University of Algarve. I think I'm not sure, but they are participating in this. They joined later because they enter in the second phase, but they are already participating very actively in this joint master. And this time the target audience is a bit different in the sense that it's more oriented to, well, it's oriented to anyone who would like to do this master, of course, but specifically to professionals. Technical officers, middle managers and public officers engaged in the marine and maritime sectors. So that's why it has offers a blended type of learning. Of course, also, as I said, for students who have an interest in a career in this field, marine and maritime sector, and also for to cater for the 4 main employment areas in port affairs: port jobs, port authorities, ship owners, ship agents, and other ship providers, and also the indirect services. In this program, every time there is a, well, there are online meetings, but every time there is a face-to-face meeting, they have organized a visit to the ports. So we have visited the port of Algeciras, we have visited the port of Gdańsk, and by the end of the month, of this month of January, we are visiting the port of Split. And the relationship with the industry is very strong. We are learning a lot from all the feedback that the port authorities and port unions of employers, companies that work with ports have given us. They have seen the program of studies and they give us a lot of feedback on what they need for the future employees. And finally, the joint doctorate in marine and maritime sciences and technology, led by UNIST. Well, the mission of the doctorate is to offer one of our colleagues from the University of Cadiz, who is very much involved, also together with the colleagues Marco and Meritza from Split. He always says that we are aiming at offering a doctorate of excellence, that excellence is the word they are aiming for. So advanced knowledge and skills and competences in these fields, and within the framework of sustainability, as you can see, is in all CEU, is in all the joint programs too. Sustainability of the ocean, its resources and services, and it's going to be, of course, an international experience. Well, I was going to, it's in the next slide, okay. So the main areas of this doctoral program are maritime technology, ocean and earth sciences, marine natural science and technology, coastal and marine social science and humanities. And the duration is 3 years, 180 credits. We have already said the admission requirements. Of course, a master degree, B2 level of English, as in all joint programs. But this time, the students have to send, after they have sent their application, they are offered a list of research plans. They have to choose one and develop it and submit it for approval, working together with the co-supervisors. Then they have the first academic year, in which after the approval of the research plan, he or she will be assigned at least 2 co-supervisors from different participating universities. They have to do a compulsory course on research and ethics and other elective courses. Then the second and third year are for the research and doctoral thesis, and they can deliver their thesis in a monography or following the Scandinavian model with articles, and at least one scientific paper is required. And of course, they have the compulsory mobility for 6 months. This was the meeting we had, and we are in Split, the face-to-face meeting, first one, and then we are having one at the end of this year. Well, and to manage all these joint programs, besides the academic committees, which are working on the academic aspects, of course, we have the joint programs working group, where all universities participate, and this group is formed by experts dedicated to the administrative, technical, and legal aspects of these joint programs, and they are as important as the academics, because without them, we cannot progress. And we have to seek in this program working group solutions for legal and administrative barriers. Every university is different, every university has its own laws and requirements, so sometimes it's difficult to get this jointness that we are aiming at. For example, things that the joint programs working group is working with is working in a glossary, so that we understand and speak the same language within CEU, because, for example, for the words course, we mean the description of the course, like the syllabus, the teachers, the type of teaching methodology, type of assessment, bibliography. But for that, we have in Spain, we call it subject. In Malta, I think they call it study units. In Kiel, they call it, Germany, Kiel, they call it module. Then in other, so we were talking about the same thing, but with different names. So this is to unify the terminology and speak the same language. And we are still, it's work in progress. Everything is work in progress. Then we finally, this has been finished, a course description template to be used in all CEU programs. It took a long time, there were many debates, but we finally came up with a course description template to be used for all joint programs. Then we've also been working on the ECTS grading. Which grading system are we going to use? Is just enough with a conversion table? Are we going to use our own grading system and then compare it with the ECTS grading system? Well, we have agreed on this, and this is one step that we have already taken. We are very much discussing at this time about fees and funding, which is a controversial issue, as you can imagine, but we are working on that. We are also working on a common platform for all joint programs, at least a common platform for dissemination of the programs, for admission to the programs, not for registration, but for admission, selection of the students. We are working, one of the main ITs that is giving us a lot of help is from Algarve, and Adriano, thank you, because this is a tough issue and he's helping us a lot. Then of course we have accreditation process. That's what we are obsessed with at the moment, because we need to submit the programs for accreditation of quality. We are doing it through the European approach for the assurance of quality of joint programs, which can be done at any agency that belongs, that is part of the EGAR, the European Quality Assurance Agency. So some of the CEU agencies are not yet part of this, but most are, and the other ones are in the process. And then the last issue that we are also dealing with is diploma awarding. What is the diploma going to be like? Who is going to be signing the diploma, the diploma supplement, and all these technical issues. Well, this was a face-to-face meeting of the joint working program, and I'd like to finish. I cannot see the time. I don't know how I am with time, but they told me I could go a bit slower. We were okay. But this is my last slide. I just wanted to emphasize, highlight the good aspects, the benefits. There are so many benefits. Some people, some of my friends, tell me, oh, you're crazy doing so much work with this joint program, something new, connecting with so many people. I say, yes, but I believe in it. And I think if you believe in what you're doing, you put all the effort and you do it with a lot of enthusiasm. So that's why I'm still here. So some of the most important benefits are the multilingual proficiency. For example, the students will have studying at different universities, studying in another language, which probably is not their main language. Interculturality, the diverse cultural exposure. If you live in 2 or 3 countries during your, while you are a student, you're learning a lot of cultures. Also, you're learning also from your colleagues, maybe who come from other places from around the world, because these programs are open to all the world. Then hands-on learning opportunities, because every program has internships, mandatory internships, international collaboration, of course, between the peers and with the faculty from different countries and universities, networking opportunities, we make lots of connections. Maybe many times we say that conferences and congress for academics are okay because we present our work there, but that the main point is the networking that we do during the coffee breaks and all this. Well, they will have a lot of networking opportunities because they will be studying and meeting lots of people from different countries, from different universities from all over the world. Access to leading experts. Will be having the best of the best from each of our universities. So by being together, we are stronger, we are better, and we are getting the best from each of us. Of course, interdisciplinary approach. All degrees now tend to have this, which is so necessary, and is one of the words that the European Commission also uses, interdisciplinarity. We want joint degrees which are interdisciplinary. And well, there are many more benefits. I just selected a few ones because of time. And that is all on my side. I hope you learned a little bit about the different joint programs and what joint programs mean for CEU and for us. Thank you very much.
Hello again. Now it's time for our first pause. So I invite you all for a coffee break in the hall outside the auditorium. We will return at 11:30 in this same room. Thank you.
Um, dois, som. Um, dois, três, quatro, cinco, seis, sete, 8, 9, 10. Teste som. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Teste som. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Dear participants, welcome back to CEU Congress. Now it's time to start the roundtables under the topic Facing Global Challenges Together. The first roundtable aims to answer to the question, what are the major challenges facing society according to your geographic area, with the point of view of African partners? To moderate this roundtable, I give the floor to Patricia Pinto, UAlg Pro-Rector for CEU Alliance.
Good morning and welcome again to the University of Algarve in the beautiful city of Faro. We are very happy and honored to have you all in the CEU Congress. So thank you so much for accepting our invitation and joining us in this special moment. This Congress formally marks the opportunity to extend the CEU values beyond our 9 universities, so that together with our external partners worldwide, universities, associated partners and stakeholders, we can be better prepared to address current and future global challenges and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The CEU Congress was recently preceded by the Future Leadership Forum, also an important event organized by the University of Naples Partenope last October, and both events are parts of the workflow of CEU, the Work Package 5, coordinated by the University of Algarve and co-led by the University of Naples. This work package aims to bridge the gap between CEU and society. So it aims to link our 9 universities to the world. We will now start a series of roundtables under the broad title of Facing Global Challenges Together. Roundtable 1 and Roundtable 2 will be oriented to respond to the same question. And the question is, it is projected, what are the major challenges facing society according to your geographic area? In the first roundtable, we will be able to hear our dear colleagues, rectors, vice-rectors, presidents and directors from our partner universities in Africa. In the afternoon, the same question will be discussed with our colleagues from other continents. Well, to make sure that we'll not delay the Congress schedule, we anticipately asked our participants in each roundtable to prepare a short statement to answer to this question, no more than 2 minutes. So, dear colleagues, I recall these requests, and we will be gently controlling it. So let's start with Roundtable 1. I will follow the order of the names we have in the program. So I will follow the alphabetic order. So my apologies in advance if the pronunciation of any of the names is less good. So I will give the word first to Abdelhafid Moukrim, the rector of the University of Hassan I, Morocco. Please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Firstly, I extend my gratitude for this opportunity to share our perspectives and concerns at this international conference, bringing together esteemed academic personality from every region of the world. As the president of University Hassan I, Morocco, our commitment extends beyond shaping the academic future of our students and economic development. It encompasses the societal challenges, sorry, our country and our region faces. Allow me elaborate 5 crucial dimensions. First, our goal is to cultivate citizens with regional identity and values while fostering openness to global community to work in his large diversity and large complexity. Secondly, we are committed to preparing citizens who are conscious of environmental challenges we face, particularly those related to ocean. The third priority is cultivating tolerance and embracing diversity. Our efforts must be focused in instilling values of acceptation, understanding, and appreciation of diversity. Fourthly, we must ensure that our graduates are proficient in cutting-edge technology, positioning them in the leverage the wave innovation and competition. Finally, the ocean represents significant challenges for our region and our globe. The terrestrial ecosystems were our past and are our present. Marine ecosystems are our present and our future. Water, energy, resources, exchanges, economic activities, central role in the climatic changes. I am happy to be here. We have a lot of collaboration. We share a lot of academic projects, research projects, and we share a lot of human values. My specialty, research specialty, is marine science. The ocean is a source of projects, of values, of inspiration, of message, and of lessons. Thank you for the University of Algarve. Thank you, Mr. Rector, for invitation and to give us this opportunity to be together in this very important thematic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
At 3%, it's very, very high. And if you look at the specific case of the capital city, Dakar, Dakar only represents 0.3% of the national territory. And it's receiving 25% of the world population. So it further compounds these job problems I have mentioned, but also has additional implications for education and health and the like. Another challenge related to this shortage of job is migration. Dakar is a very important departure point for migrants leaving Africa. Senegal is on the extreme west of the continent, and the fishing sector, which is experiencing a lot of difficulties, the actors have now become the brokers to ship people to Europe. So migration is a problem. And climate change and rising sea level is another problem, with also a multi-layered set of challenges for the society. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for fulfilling the time. Now I will give the word to our colleague Boucha El Moumini, the president of Abdelhamek Essadi University of Tanger, Morocco.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the president, the rector of the University of Algarve, and all the organizers of this great scientific event. Like my colleagues, the challenges of Morocco and in the north of Morocco, in which our university, Abdelmalek Saadi University, exists. This university is present in Tangier, Tétouan, Al Hoceima, and Al Arachi, and we are situated in the south of Gibraltar. And I want to put the finger on this geographical situation. The challenges that my colleagues told about is the same for us, but I have a wish here. I have a wish to involve the African universities in this great scientific program. You know, our university, for example, is situated in the south of Gibraltar Strait, in which the exchanges of water masses is very important. Without the Atlantic water, the Mediterranean Sea don't exist. So we have to involve southern universities in this great program in order to understand all the mechanisms, biological, physical, and geochemical mechanisms controlling the distribution of water masses, resources, fisheries, tourism in all this region. The last point that I want to put the finger on is I'm very happy to know that this program is the continuity of the program of Scholamar, and I'm very happy to meet my friend Fidel Echeverria and all the colleagues involved in this program. We have now a master in Tangier involving 4 other universities, Moroccan universities, and I'm very happy to know that this program now is great and is become a European with a scale, with large scale in all Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will give now the words to Darren Faye, Director of Academic Programs and Research, University of Gibraltar.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And firstly, thanks to the organizers and to the rector and the staff here at the University of Algarve for a kind invitation to have us here. There's many different areas, as we all know, that impact higher education, but as we were asked to look at our own particular geography, and my particular geography is just a small limestone clip very firmly attached to the bottom of the Iberian Peninsula, still within the mainland of Europe, but no longer within the EU, because we are British overseas territory, and as a result of Brexit, we no longer form part of the larger EU family. I think I'd like to focus geographically with regard to the consequences of that. We're quite a young university. We opened the doors in 2015. We have programs in maritime, marine science. We have an active research program. But obviously, upon leaving the wider EU family, we, for example, no longer had access to Horizon 2020. Our students and our staff no longer were able to participate in programs such as the wonderful Erasmus+, which linked so many people together and allowed us to do so much communal work. And these are areas, particularly because of our, shall we say, geography and context, do impinge on our ability to actually be able to continue to work and produce the research, the very important research that is being carried out in that particular part of the world. And as just mentioned by my esteemed colleague next door, I wake up every morning, I see Morocco on the other side of the straits. We are all connected. We should look at ways of bringing ourselves together. Thank you.
And now I will give the words to our colleague Iris Aguiar, the rector of the University of São Tomé and Príncipe. She will speak in Portuguese, and then I will translate it.
Obrigada.
The word is yours.
O debate sobre a sustentabilidade das instituições de ensino superior avançou de forma significativa nas últimas 3 décadas. Historicamente, as instituições do ensino superior têm contribuído para os objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável, privilegiando o real progresso em detrimento da mera angariação de recursos financeiros per si, visão que tem promovido desigualdades e a exclusão social. Varela, 2014, afirma que o ensino superior em África enfrenta desafios que emergem, por um lado, do subdesenvolvimento e de pobreza, com repercussões para o desenvolvimento e sobrevivência dessas instituições. Por outro lado, o déficit democrático compromete a essência da universidade e constitui impedimento para o desenvolvimento. Tais constrangimentos suscitam respostas integradas, em uma conjugação de esforços entre diversos atores que resultem numa efetiva cooperação. A esse propósito, as iniciativas levadas a cabo pelos Estados e as mais diversas organizações afiguram-se de grande relevância para a afirmação e a assunção de compromissos na valorização da universidade. A comunicação e a abertura à sociedade devem ser referenciais identitários da universidade, sendo imperativo o compromisso ético na promoção de um ensino superior de qualidade, criação e reforço de sinergias no âmbito da cooperação e o engajamento dos decisores políticos e acadêmicos. Devemos centrar-nos na consolidação das reformas já identificadas, na adoção de padrões de excelência, inovação e partilha de informação, assim como na participação em redes de conhecimentos internacionais, reconhecendo que é impensável um futuro para a África sem um ensino superior de qualidade. Obrigada a todos.
Now I will translate. I also have 2 minutes, so let's see if I can do it. So, the debate on sustainability in higher education institutions has advanced significantly in the last 3 decades. Historics and the most diverse organizations seem of great importance for the affirmation and assumption of compromise with the valorization of the university and its role in the viability of national sustainable development projects. Communication and openness to society should be references to the identity of the university, being imperative the ethical commitments in the promotion of quality in the higher education institutions, creation and reinforcements of synergies within the cooperation and engagement of political and academic decision makers. The focus on consolidating and reforms already identified, the adoption of standards of excellence, innovation and information sharing, as the participation in international knowledge networks, recognizing that a future for Africa without a quality higher education institutions is unthinkable. Thank you. Now I will give the words to João Dumont Duarte, the rector from the Technical University of the Atlantic Cape Verde.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Rector Paulo Águas, Professor Fidel Echeverria, Professor Steinmeier, thank you for the invitation. Well, Cabo Verde or Cape Verde is a small island developing country located in West Africa. Therefore, you can imagine that we face a lot of challenges. Climate change is one of our major challenges, but Cape Verde is very committed to the sustainable development goals. Despite being a small country inland, we have a significant territory when we consider our sea. Our sea corresponds to more than 99% of our territory. So any development strategy that we can have for the development of our country has to keep a close eye on the sea. And this is where the Atlantic Technical University plays a key role, because for any strategy that we apply, or for any challenge that we have, we need the qualified human capital, both in quality and quantity. So, in the scope of the CEU, my desire is to see a lot of joint degree programs, a lot of joint research and transfer projects, and a lot of exchange of students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the words to Manuel Guilherme Júnior, the rector of Eduardo Mondlane University, Mozambique.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's really a great challenge to deliver a speech in 2 minutes, so let's try. I'm here with the director of our School of Marine in our university. Our university is the oldest university actually in Mozambique. So Mozambique is a Southern African countries located with the Western Indian Ocean. So we are facing some challenges also. Those challenges includes limited access and equity, infrastructure and resources, storage of quality staff, as well as limited access to educational resources and funding. Of course, quality of education. It is related to the updating curricula, enhancing teaching methodology, and also promoting research and innovation. We also have a challenge related to overfishing, which threaten fish stocks and also marine biodiversity. The next one challenge is also the climate change, as our previous presenter also mentioned it. And lastly, the marine pollution, which also degrades ecosystem and also pose challenge to human health and marine biodiversity. Our only challenge as a country, we prioritize training, master and PhD programs, but also equipping laboratories and research centers. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I will now give the words to Meke Mete, the President of University of San Pedro, Ivory Coast.
Merci. Je veux parler en français. Chez nous, c'est la langue officielle pour le moment. OK? Donc, avec votre permission, je vais parler en français, vous allez traduire.
Non.
OK, bon, I will try to speak in English now. OK, I come from Côte d'Ivoire, don't say Ivory Coast, c'est Côte d'Ivoire, in West Africa. My university name is San Pedro, near the sea. We have a new university. It's opened its door at October 2021. Okay, and I will try to say something in English, but it's not my gritty idea. But try to understand me. In our university, we have a department, faculty of science of sea. Les sciences de la mer, et cette faculté a his ambition to begin a great faculty in West Africa. San Pedro is in West Africa. Our challenge is to offer to the student, to the professional, many things that you present today when you present the program of UUC, okay? It's the same thing. I want to say also that University San Pedro is in the city with the second port of Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire, pour bien comprendre. C'est le deuxième port, the port de San Pedro, the port of San Pedro. All coffee, all cacao, to reach all the world, leave San Pedro. J'espère que je me suis fait comprendre. the theme we are going to explore is la question des littoraux, littoral question, la question des tortues, parce qu'il y a des tortues géantes dans cette zone. On m'a compris, hein, tortues. Comment on dit tortue? Tortue aussi? Bon, tortueuse, bon, tortue. Des tortues géantes qu'il faut protéger. Et nous avons l'ambition de créer des laboratoires d'improvisation des littoraux et de la question de l'érosion. Voilà, globalement, en anglais, ce que je pourrais dire. Merci beaucoup. Juste un rappel, demain, c'est la CAN en Côte d'Ivoire, donc vous êtes tous invités. Merci.
Thank you so much for your efforts in also trying to speak a little bit in English. I think we could all understand the general message. Thank you so much. Now, to finalize this roundtable, I will give the words to our colleague Omar Beadada, the Deputy of the Vice Rector of External Relations, University of Tlemcen, Algeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So first, just I would like to thank University of Galva for hosting us, and special thanks to University of Gdańsk because they give us the opportunity to join this fantastic consortium, and they give me this honor to present some challenges of my country and my university. So I will give you some overview to explore various innovation and challenges facing our researcher in the diverse fields such as health and science, energy, agriculture and food industry, and water management. For the health science, for example, our researchers, they are engaged in addressing public health challenges, advancing medical knowledge and innovation in epidemiology, healthcare infrastructure. But however, we have some limits in research and infrastructures, and we need to increase international collaboration to leverage global expertise. In energy, as a country rich in natural resource, Algeria plays a crucial role in the global energy landscape. So our researchers, they are engaged in innovative solutions to renewable energy sources such as solar and wind to diversify energy mix and reduce dependency to fossil fuels, challenges including technology barriers and funding constraints to drive a long-term impact. Agriculture and food industry. So agriculture is a cornerstone of Algerian economy. So researchers are actively engaged in developing sustainable farming practice, improving crop yields, and addressing food security concern, innovation in precision agriculture, water efficiency, irrigation system, and crop resilience are essential focus area. Challenges including climate variation and soil degradation, and needs of technology adaptation to traditional farming communities. For coastal management, Algeria boasts 1,600 kilometers of coastline along the Mediterranean Sea, offering various opportunities of marine research and sustainable resource management. Researchers are exploring marine biodiversity and fishery management. I will go to the water management now. We have arid climate, water scarcity for the crucial issue. So the researchers are actively involved in this topic, and I stop here because time is finished. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your opinion with us about this important question. Now, if I could summarize the most important results from this first round table, I would like some important challenges from our colleagues from the African continent. Of course, I could not take all the notes, but I have here some notes, and I will try to summarize. So first of all, I would say that an important challenge is the underdevelopment and poverty that still negatively impacts the higher education institutions' development. A second one still some democratic deficits that undermines the essence of the universities and impedes development. The third one, climate change, was also very referred by our colleagues, namely its consequences on the lack of rain and then in the water, therefore in the quality of the soils, and that can have impact on agriculture, and especially in economies that strongly rely in these economic activities, such as the African countries, and of course that will negatively impact, for example, the food security, which was also referred by some colleagues. Another challenge, the need of more environmental awareness, namely about the ocean, how to protect our ocean, our common ocean. The need to cultivate tolerance. I enjoyed a lot this one. I also have here with me. Another one, the need of more communication and openness to society. One of the colleagues also reported this one. The need of consolidating the reforms already started in higher education institutions, namely the adoption of standards of excellence, also very important. And the final one that I have here is the difficulty to find good jobs, and that maybe is related with higher education. So I would say that African countries really need more citizens with higher education, but they also need that these more qualified people, they remain in the country once they obtain that higher education qualification. So I believe that at this level, our universities, the CEO Alliance, can help, because through distance learning, we can reach to your countries and help you to have these more qualified human resources that are so important for the development of the African economy. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professora Patrícia Pinto. Thank you for the participants of this first roundtable. Our morning is coming to an end, so now it's time for the lunch break. Our lunch is going to take place in the campus canteen. But before that, we have a family photo moment. So the family photo is going to be near the seahorse, the seahorse artwork that belongs to the Big Trash Animals collection by our Portuguese artist Bordalo II. Our staff members will guide us all to this area, and we will be back at 2 p.m. Thank you so much. Hello again. Sorry, just a second. You can all leave all your things in the auditorium because we are going to close the doors, okay? So we will be back here around 2 o'clock.
You can leave them here.
Lenny.
microfone ligado. Foi o Ruben. Luís Pereira. Oi. Mas quando fica aqui muito tempo desligado, perde aqui a coisa. Então é S-User, U grande, A-L-G. UAlg com mesmo, sim. Só U e amigo? Sim. UAlg 09 20 23. UAlg 09 23. Não esquece? Espetáculo, quem me dera a mim. É isso. Se calhar me
ligado e era por isso que não... Liga aqui, ok. Está bem. Ok. Sim, está bem. Dear participants, good afternoon. Welcome back to CEU Congress. To start our afternoon, we have a second roundtable. The main aim of this is to answer to the question, what are the major challenges facing society according to your geographic area? With the point of view of American, Caribbean, and Asian partners. To moderate this roundtable, I give the floor to Alexandra Teodosio, CEU Vice Rector for Internationalization.
So good afternoon to all. It's an honor to me, as one of the CEU Vice Rectors, to welcome and acknowledge the presence of so distinguished guests in our UAlg stage of the CEU Congress. As you know, the CEU Alliance is an European university aiming to tackle challenges like climate change, clean energy transition, sustainable industry. We have been introduced this morning to some of the achievements of the CEU Alliance in research, in educational programs that promote marine and aquatic ecosystems, maintaining biodiversity conservation, preventing and reducing pollutions of our seas and waters, making a sustainable blue economy, carbon neutral and circular, that contribute also for the well-being of citizens. We have only one ocean that connects us all in our coastal areas. Science has already shown us the importance of our only ocean to climate regulation, to sustain us with quality food, and making relevant contributions to the world economy. Through a strategic partnership with external institutions, we intend to transform our CEU European partnership in the global partnership to stress its benefits from the entire planet and envision a future centered on our healthy blue environment. To contribute to these goals, we have now, during this afternoon, an enriched program with more four roundtables to continue facing global challenge together and identify those challenges in different coastal areas and islands around the planet. After the morning addressing Africa regions in the Roundtable 1, we are now moving to America, Caribbean, and Asia in the Roundtable 2. And then in Roundtable 3, we will have the opportunity to listen what associated partners and stakeholders from our University of the Seas are expecting from higher education institutions to address the identified challenge. In Roundtable 4, our actual leaders of the CEU University will explain how this European initiative of excellence from the Erasmus program, but also with links to Horizon Europe, can in fact contributing to in each local university to achieve global challenge. Finally, the last roundtable will analyze from a perspective of the young generation and future leadership the content of the Global Gateway Declaration that will be signed by the end. The thematic of this roundtable, it's the roundtable number 2, it's the major challenge facing society according to our external partners from America, Caribbean, and Asia. And I will give the floor now to our guests, and I really thank you for you all to come here to Algarve and to join CEU event. So I will give you the floor for 2 minutes each, as the same as Patricia was explaining in the morning. And I would like also to do a gentle reminder that the time available is presented in the chronometer in front of you. And when the time is finished, it became red. And we are able to hear a light music just to be aware of this, this moment. So I start now with higher education universities from North America, and I give now the floor to the rector from North Carolina, from the United States, Ashwin Volati. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the host and University of Brest colleagues for inviting us here. This morning was very, very educational. UNC Wilmington is an 18,000 student strong institution with comprehensive programs, but with great strengths in marine science, health sciences, business, fintech, cybersecurity, et cetera, as well as film studies. Looking at it from a president or rector's perspective, higher education, and how we see institutions interacting with the society, some of the things that I notice are the rapid growth along the urban areas. As you know, United States is a very populous country, but bulk of them are on the coast. Moving of people from rural areas into urban areas, requiring infrastructure development and resulting pollution, et cetera, are some of the things. And the second one is the societal inequities. It is a rich country, but the gap between the rich and poor, even in urban societies, and resulting inequities, whether it happens to be food insecurity, whether it happens to be educational attainment and all those things. So those are some of those things. Other thing I notice are we tend to work in silos. And there needs to be greater collaboration between practitioners, whether it happens to be in academic institutions or otherwise, and the policymakers who take this information and make it into policies that affect every one of us. And there's a lack of understanding between what the industry is requiring and what we think are providing in our students. There's a big gap. The academics think that 80 to 90% of the students are prepared, whereas the industry thinks only 5 to 30% of the students are prepared to get into the workforce. And last one is, of course, the climate change that has ramifications for all those things. So those are my points, and I'm looking forward to hearing other perspectives.
Thank you. So now I'm pleased to introduce Kathy Sandin, President of the California State University, also in the United States.
Thank you. So our university is located in the San Francisco Bay Area, specifically in the city of Hayward, which happens to be a sister city of Faro, I'm proud to say. We also have a coastline along the San Francisco Bay, and we have a long-standing 40-year-old wetlands reclamation project. So looking at the environment has been part of our culture for many, many years. Our county is also the home of the manufacturing of electric vehicles. We're the home of Tesla, Rivian, Lucid. So we have an awareness of the need for environmental sustainability. However, I would like to piggyback on what my colleague said just before me. I think one of our biggest social problems in our area, and perhaps the whole United States, is income disparity, the growing gap between the wealthy individuals and the poor individuals. And this has created other problems. It's created great disagreements in terms of politics, where people don't talk to each other anymore, where they don't compromise anymore. We see distrust of major institutions like our government, like our press, and like our educational institutions. So we play an important role as a university. We're an engine of economic and social mobility. We also can teach the next generation and give them the opportunity to participate in democracy. My hope is for the young people that they maybe can repair the damage that our generation has done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now thank you, Kathy. Now I introduce, we are moving a little bit more to the north of North America, to Guillaume Assange, is Mayor Director, Université de Québec Arctic Network from Canada.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. So to help you with your Canadian geography a little bit, Ismer is located in the coastal and marine city of Rimouski, on the shores of the St. Lawrence estuary, in the Francophone province of Quebec. It's a 3-hour eastward drive of Quebec City. Being a Nordic country, Canada is heavily affected by climate change. So this is one of our main challenges, especially in the Arctic. and marine environment with impacts related to sea level change, coastal erosion, ocean acidification, deoxygenation, biodiversity loss, etc. And of course, these changes will impact our coastal communities, but also our First Nations and Inuit. So this is something really important for Canada as we go along and find solutions. The good news is that there's great momentum in Canada right now and in Quebec on both levels of government. So at the federal and provincial level, as both government invested heavily very recently to help find solutions for these ocean challenges. For example, the Quebec government adopted a maritime strategy designed to innovate and boost the economy in a sustainable way, and that also created opportunities in science, research, and training. In the same way, the federal government just recently invested in a major research program. It's a $155 million research program, to give you an idea, where the ocean is put as the centerpiece of finding solution to find solution for climate change as well as to adapt. That program involved 4 Canadian universities, including my university. On a more practical note, you may think that with having the longest coast in the world in 3 oceans, Canada has a beautiful research fleet of vessels, but it's not the case. So we only have right now about 2 research vessels that we can use to do our research and work and training at sea. So there's the Amundsen for work in the Arctic, and our research vessel from my institute, the Coriolis Institute. But again, on a good note, we're finding ways to maybe get a new research vessel as part of a big program where we're going to develop an innovation zone in blue economy in Rimouski.
Okay. Thank you, Guillaume. Now we are moving to again to United States, to the University of Maryland, and I'm glad to, it's a pleasure to introduce Janet Routledge, Provost and Dean of the Graduate School of Maryland, Baltimore County University.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. I want to thank our sponsors and our hosts. This has been a wonderful event, and I've been learning quite a bit. On behalf of our president, Professor Valerie Shears-Ashby, and my close colleague, Professor Antonio Moreira, who happens to be on the advisory board for the CEU project, I'm very pleased to be here and represent UMBC. UMBC is a relatively young university. It depends on how you're counting. We're coming up on 60 years, and so in some places that would be a very old university. In some places it would be a very young university. But we are located in Baltimore, which by US standards is a very old city. In fact, Baltimore as a port city was around before the United States was around. And Baltimore has a very rich history as part of our country. In the early 1800s, in a conflict that we had with the British, there was the famous Battle of Baltimore that led to writing the poem that then became the lyrics to our national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner. So Baltimore has quite a bit of history. The issues that we're facing, I think, are very similar to what my colleagues have described. We have very close alignment with the education, research, and mobility goals of CU, sustainable fisheries, thriving water resources, economic development, from a standpoint of natural sciences, social sciences, engineering, public policy, and even art. But I think our biggest challenge is student mobility. And that is that at UMBC and many other US universities, when we talk about internationalization, we mean welcoming students from other countries to come to the US. And so getting our students to travel abroad and have international experiences is important. And we're hoping that as part of this partnership that we will have more opportunities for our students to be able to collaborate at your universities. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Now we are moving for more Central America areas. with the rector from the Universidade Nacional de Itapúa, de Paraguay, y el profesor Hermenegildo Coene Velázquez. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I want to say for the Algarve University, thank you very much. You are very kind, you are very human. The main challenges facing society in South America. Economic inequality. The first challenge is economic inequality and its consequence. In recent decades, there has been an economic growth in some countries. However, the distribution of wealth is still unequal. This occurs mainly due to the lack of educational opportunities for certain growth of the population, especially in rural and marginalized areas. Additionally, internal migration takes place in which young people leave rural areas and settle in the outskirts of largest cities. Likewise, wealth is concentrated in a small group of people. Corruption. Another challenging issue is corruption. The lack of transparency and the inability to solve economic and social difficulties are due to the lack of solid institutions, political instability, and inadequate management of resources. Violence. The third challenge is violence. With this case mainly by dissatisfaction regarding economic gaps, political conflicts, lack to access to justice and insecurity. Violence against women is one of the most widespread types of violence. In Paraguay, for example, feminicide rate is very high. Polarization. Last but not least important, we can stand out the rule of polarization or opposing viewpoints. There is a growing division and a separation between groups with different beliefs, opinions, and values. Thank you very much.
Now we are having the pleasure to hear some words from José Roberto Ferreira Guerra from the University of Pernambuco. He is the Director of Innovation Department from Brazil. Thank you for coming.
Thank you all. Thank our sponsors and hosts. This is a pleasure for us from UFP be here. In behalf of our rector, Professor Alfredo Gomes, we are grateful to the opportunity for UFP be presented at this meeting. I'd like to bring only good news about the situation of federal universities in Brazil, but the current moment is still one of struggle and resistance in the face of the consequences from the attacks suffered in recent years, especially between 2019 and 2022. Years marked by unprecedented political persecution and budget suffocation against universities and federal institutes of science, technology, and innovation. It is worth saying that these same institutions are responsible for approximately 90% of the country's scientific production, and they serve more than 2 million students. Regarding the potential of our scientific research, I emphasize the urgency in maturing technology and knowledge transfer activity, and the development of innovation environments such as technological parks, as the next frontier of interaction with society to be overcome by our universities. From an internal point of view, we are facing problems related to the dropout levels of undergraduate students and the difficulties imposed on the teaching-learning relationship due to the presence of student workers, a reality faced by so many young people from developing countries. I conclude my speech by expressing that the commitment of the Brazilian Scientific Academy remains strong in maintaining our production and our interaction with international institutions and partners to develop relevant solutions to address the UN SDGs, result of our continuous effort to seek par excellence and our resistance to keeping Brazilian universities strong and relevant in face of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have the pleasure also to give the floor to Juan Ávila, rector from the Universidade Nacional Evangélica de República Dominicana.
Thank you for the invitation. For me, it's an honor. I represent the National Evangelical University in Dominican Republic, located in the city of Santo Domingo. You're welcome to come anytime. We've been challenged by so many issues, but I want to mention three. One of those is energy, the other is food, and the other is water. According to a study published by the United Nations in 2011, probably the demand of those areas will grow between 30 and 40% by the 2030. So we believe that in the university, we have to discuss in our classroom how to bring solution to those problems. Of course, energy can be get through electrical, solar, fuel. Food, you can grow whatever you want. But one of the main problem and issue we feel challenged by is water, management of water. Some people think that water is an unlimited resource, but the truth is that it's a limited one. Unless we know how to manage the use of water, we're going to be facing terrible time in the future. You need water to grow food. You need water. That's one of the issues, one of the elements that you cannot substitute with anything. You can substitute fuel energy by electrical or solar. You can substitute, food by different, but water is water. You need the water. So I guess our principal and most important challenge is teach through our classroom and the society that we have to save the water today so we can have water tomorrow. See, 1 year, I remember people saying that they take an hour to take a shower. Those days are gone. You got to save water today so we can have water tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now leaving a small island development state to move to China, a huge difference. I'm pleased to welcome Yang Ming, Vice Rector from the Shanghai Ocean University. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to attend this CEU Congress. Globally, oceans face threats like ecosystem strain, declining food stock, pollution, habitat destruction, and the impacts of climate change. And China has been placing significant emphasis on protecting marine environment, preserving biological resources, and developing a sustainable blue economy. However, we also encounter the same challenges mentioned above. The development of the blue economy needs efforts both from globally and locally. And Shanghai Ocean University was founded in 1912 and located in Shanghai, China. Our university is dedicated to research in marine biology, deep sea geology, marine physics, and related fields. For example, we also have a vessel, and in recent 3 years, we carried out a marine biological investigation project in Northwest Pacific area. But this kind of marine research needs a lot of money. We need financial support. While beyond the financial support, the critical focus lies in nurturing talents, those with the courage to explore the ocean, potential for scientific research, and a strong commitment to sustainable development, preferably with policy formulation or management skills. And our university is committed to developing these talents, and the gaps in our efforts bring us here today to discuss the future of oceans. We seek collaboration for scientific research, talent cultivation through scholars exchange, joint student training programs, and hope one day our student from Shanghai University can go to your university to study more. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, last but not the least, also from Asia, from South Asia, from an island, I'm introduced the pleasure to introduce Suya Marasenta, Vice Chancellor from the University of Hoon, Sri Lanka.
Thank you. Our university is in the southernmost part of the Teardrop Island in the Indian Ocean, just below India. There is no structure between our university and the South Pole. So if you jump into the Indian Ocean, you will end up there. So our challenges are, I think I'm coming from Asia, which has the largest population of the country, and perhaps world's most poorest populations live. And I think the biggest challenge I see is the opportunities for higher education. And education in general, I think most countries have addressed primary and secondary issues, but higher education opportunities are very limited. We only give 12.5% of the both cohort opportunities for higher education and only 25% of the total qualifying. And that I think. Apart from that, technology and modernization, adaptation, and then capacity building of higher education and funding models remain a challenge along with political conflicts. One of the biggest problems I face as a country is actually migration of technical experts after qualification into other countries. For example, at least 500 out of 2,000 doctors we produce every year migrate just within a year of graduation, and our country losing $12.5 million, and we have no way of gaining that. So that's one of the biggest problems we face, and we need to find solutions. And we are being tested as a nation these days with and our resilience to stand up to collapsing economy. So I believe strong partnerships should be built, and some of the things that we can do is to develop collaborations and good collaborations, seeking opportunities, creating opportunities, resource sharing, especially focusing on blue economy and working on environment and climate change as priorities, and sustainable energy, because I think that's something that we can change the entire world with. Thank you.
So thank you all for your relevant contributions, and they were so diversified. But I will try also to do some highlight. The major challenge identified from coastal areas, mainly from North America, were mainly the rapid growth of coastal areas, and because people are concentrated there, the pollution also increased. And they were also identify gaps between the skills that the workforce need to address the industry needs. And I think this is also an important aspect where the higher education institutions jointly may deliver several positive aspects. I was also pleased to hear that from some areas, like namely Canada, they have also identified one challenge. It's to develop a marine strategy to recover already the degraded coastal areas. So although this is a challenge because takes a lot of knowledge and implementation of solutions, but it's already a way that it's well defined. It was also identified from the colleagues from the California universities, this aspect. So there are challenges, but are already some directions that start to be developed, and also, for instance, in mentioned by the colleagues from Shanghai Ocean University. There is also, of course, several other problems that were mentioned, and one, it was the economic inequality. In some parts also of mention also the violence, the political conflicts, that even the violence against human, that's also something that within higher education institutions we need to address in an inclusive way and be an example of fighting this type of behavior. We have also been introduced to some specific challenge by the SEEDs, the small island development states, that are quite particular, but the rector from República Dominicana so well explained. The water, the food, and the energy, and mainly the water, that it's also a problem that it's common to most of us in different regions, not only in these small islands development states, that are in fact suffering amplified effects, for instance, from the climate change, that are also common to the other regions that were also mentioned here. One also positive aspect that I was also pleased to hear, it's the commitment of each of the institutions to contribute to the sustainable development goals, and especially with further cooperation with science and higher education to jointly achieve those goals. So I think it's, thank you for all your contributions. I thought it was an excellent final for this contribution for this roundtable.
Thank you, Professor Alexandra. Thank you for to the all 9 participants. I ask you please go to your seats in order to move on, with our works. So, we have now the third roundtable that aims to answer to the question, what skills in the future workforce are most important for a graduate to tackle our society's challenges successfully? In this roundtable, also moderated by Professor Alexandra Teodosio, we have the participation of our associate partners and advisory board members. Saying this, I call to the stage in alphabetical order, Adelino Canário, André Gomes, Carmen Sacramento Neto dos Santos, Cristina Veiga Pires, Damir Vidosevich, Danitza Ramlhac, Luís Núñez, José Apolinário, Matthew Laspina, Michael Guégan, e Pavel Brown e Sérgio Faias.
Okay. So I welcome and thank you now all of our esteemed CEU associated partners and advisory board members that are today here in this roundtable 3, representing such a different activities as public government, research, science, science dissemination, entrepreneurship, economic activities as tourism, ports, fisheries, sea engineering, and the questions to be analyzed, as you were receiving before, is what skills and competencies in the future workforce are the most relevant for a graduate to tackle our social challenge successful, Consider also the challenge identified in the previous round tables that we were quickly do a summary, and if it's also possible, what other skills and other challenges are you thinking that are crucial for the activity that you are developing right now in your activities, considering also that we have the 2 minutes and we'll have this gentle reminder in the chronometer in front of you. So I'm pleased to give the floor to my colleague Adeline Canário, Director of the Algarve Center of Marine Sciences.
Well, thank you. So this is a difficult question. Particularly because it has a negative tone. As we heard from the previous presentations, challenges generally means that we are uphill. It's a struggle. But in fact, it's true. The so-called society challenges are regional or global in amplitude, and they are largely man-made. They are questions like demography, climate change, biodiversity crisis, water scarcity, quality of food, etc., as we heard just before. And they are a consequence of human progress and the economy demands. The nature of the challenges may vary, but the origin are physical, chemical, or biological phenomena that erode, destroy, and consume natural resources and ultimately impact on human populations, quality of life, and even survival. So the future workforce is likely to face a variety of complex challenges, and graduates will need a diverse set of skills to navigate and contribute effectively in this world. As societal challenges stem from the progress of knowledge and technology, they require more knowledge and technology for their mitigation or solution. This means that we will need graduates with a deep knowledge of their scientific discipline, trained in critical thinking and problem solving. At the same time, they will need to be able to bridge and communicate with workers from other disciplines. In a changing world, they also need to be adaptable and open to learning new skills and technologies throughout their careers. Science graduates, irrespective of their field of specialization, need to have a good knowledge of basic sciences, physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, and digital literacy. The digital will continue to drive many technological and societal changes in the foreseeable future. Sustainability awareness and ethics, as an understanding of environmental issues, a strong ethical foundation, and a commitment to sustainable practices are becoming increasingly important in addressing global challenges that consider the broader impact on society and the environment. The workforce will have to be able to work in multidisciplinary teams, most likely across different countries and cultures. They will need to be fluent in more than one language and skilled in interpersonal and intercultural interrelationships. Similarly, social sciences and humanities graduates should acquire multidisciplinary scientific knowledge to facilitate dialogue and societal solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now able to hear some words from André Gomes, President of Algarve Tourism Region. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, trying to be telegraphic to correspond to the time. In a society that is constantly changing, the exercise of anticipating needs, while potentially thankless, is also an increasing pressing need, which is why we recognize and give enormous merit to this type of discussion. Human resources are a determining factor in the success of any sector, but particularly in the tourism sector, which I represent here. They are of paramount importance, which is why we are promoting and accompanying a wide variety of projects that focus on this issue. From our perception of what is happening in the sector and in the world, we would venture to point out the following as the most important skills for this generation to be successful. The first one, adaptability. More and more is necessary to have the ability to embrace change and easily adjust to new environments, technologies, and work dynamics. This skill is particularly valuable in today's rapidly evolving workplace. If there is a tendency for younger workers to rely on technology for task execution, this may create obstacles when transitioning to settings that lack advanced technology or prioritize direct interpersonal communication, such as is in tourism. In such situations, they may need to count on their adaptability and develop stronger face-to-face communication and problem-solving skills. This leads us to the next determinant skill that we think that it's verbal communication. Younger workers who are accustomed to digital communication may find it challenging to effectively communicate face-to-face with colleagues, clients, and superiors. So effective verbal communication, including articulating ideas, expressing opinions, and presenting information, can be a struggle for this generation who grew up communicating primarily through text-based platforms. At last, let me introduce one other one, critical thinking. Younger generations may struggle also with critical thinking due to their reliance on instant information and this fast-paced digital world, which can lead to surface-level knowledge and preference for quick answers. There may be a need to develop strong critical thinking skills by learning to analyze information critically and engage in thoughtful problem solving. This is our vision of these challenges that younger generations are facing in today's society, but at both things in life, they tend to evolve and change very quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm also now pleased to introduce Carmen Santos, a CEU Advisor Board member and also the Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources from Angola.
Thank you so much,
nice.
Alexandra.
Thank you to coming, Carmen.
Thank you for this invitation to be here with the CEU Congress. So for me is now more easy to talk because in my last role, I am a rector now, I am a minister, so the both of roles from the people who go to the market. So now I see the skills more important, soft skills of course, but is to be able to work in field, in the laboratory is more important because we have more people who work better in field, don't work in laboratory. So is very important. If we want to see for maritime skills or marine skills is important for both type of work. So another type of skills is working teamwork. Teamwork is very important. And also, of course, work your one for long periods because the people don't do very well that. And scientific abilities, observant, questioning, mind, and patient. Patient, I see, is very important. So because the connectivity by the sea is huge and mandatory for all of us. The ocean is connected. And we need to transfer the knowledge from the south for the north and the north for the south. Thank you so much.
So now I have the pleasure also to introduce Cristina Veiga Pires, the Executive Director of the Algarve Living Science Center. Please take
Thank you.
the floor.
I am sincerely honored to be present here today as a director of Ciência Viva and contributing to this amazing project of CEU University. I've been participating in the museums and science center communities for the last 8 years. And recently, directors from museums and science centers get together from all around the world, gathering for coping with a kind of same question. How can we effectively engage visitors with societal challenges? Why is there a lack of trust in science and research, reflecting the post-truth trend appearing in many countries? What skills are we as a community lacking in transmitting or instilling? While there is no right answer, maybe there are some hints and insights that can be provided to enhance people's ability to cope with the many challenges society is facing. Several aspects can be highlighted, underlining crucial skills for the future, such as, for instance, scientific and digital literacy, leading to the recognition of the global approach, addressing global issues with local solutions, grounded in critical thinking, adaptability, interdisciplinarity, collaboration, and problem-solving skills. Thus, education, particularly higher education, should emphasize on diversity, equity, and inclusion, fostering empathy and better collaboration, but also science communication, giving public relevance to knowledge. When considering the project that brings us together today and the importance of the ocean in today's and future human well-being, I will say that the ocean literacy should be included in all programs, and not only in marine sciences programs. A cook should know about fish stock sustainability. An electrician should understand the limited availability of some geological elements. An architect should realize that sand is a precious, non-renewable resource. And everyone should recognize the importance of the ocean for the air we breathe. And thus, to make this happen, we should equip our students with the skills to transmit and communicate the importance of the ocean to the rest of the society.
Thank you. Now I introduce Dani Vidosevic, the management of Waterman Spetrov's resorts in Croatia. Sorry about my pronunciation.
Don't worry. It's sometimes hard to me also. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. I'm coming from a company. I'm not from the universities or for faculties. Last time, honestly, when I spent the whole day at the universities was many years ago when I get my graduation. I get drunk with my professor, so we still have half of day. So I'm waiting. I'm coming from Croatia, from a company that's doing mainly hotel business and hospitality business, and it's on a small island across the city of Split. And I did in my career, I'm 20 years in this company. I did hundreds of interviews, and my job is, among other jobs, to steer, look at the people, compare their CVs and steer them, put them on all kinds of tests in 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, and then decide what they think they are capable, and then I maybe find something completely different that they are capable to do in a company. Major challenges, I would for Gen Z, well, from what I saw is they're very hardly being focused on one topic. They are interrupted constantly and daily. They are overwhelmed with thousands of unnecessary informations via social media, via internet, via their friends and so-called friends over social media. They constantly receiving all kinds of informations, and they have a problem of filtering what's important in that. I'm trying to explain to them, all of them, that the job that you had go now 20 years in school, that job and that skills might not even exist within 20 years. So you have to have a constant education, and there is no manual. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, you finished the school, here is the manual, here are your topics, and they also we have to encourage them to take the responsibility. That's a big minus for Gen Z. They don't want to make a decision, because they are scared to make a mistake, to make the mistakes. It's okay to make a mistake. I'm going to finish this. I like to talk a lot, to be honest. 2 minutes is nothing for this or for what I want to say to you. But one other thing is important. I'll finish what Jeff Bezos said. One of his managers made a mistake and company lost $600,000. And then his associate said, "You're going to fire this guy." He said, "No, I just paid him the most expensive school. I'm going to keep him." So it's okay to make a mistake, take the challenges, and yes, okay to the teamwork, but sometimes you have to resolve problem quickly And resolving problem quickly is possible only if you take the problem and resolve it by yourself. And you make a decision, and then if it's wrong, okay, you make another one. If it's right, you just go straight forward. And you don't have to run away from problems like I'm going to put the problem over there. You know, the problem is over there, the problem does not exist. Problem exists, the company does not go further. You just don't resolve the problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm introducing Danica Ramjav, also a CEU advisor board member and a consultant of the World Bank from Croatia.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me, and it is a great pleasure to be here today. As external advisory board member, I'm in my second term, and I'm really enjoying to see the accomplishments and the topics that you are discussing. I'm really glad that we have Damir here as representative of the private sector, because speaking about skills and what education programs need to generate and, you know, the future students need to receive, actually it is really for the need of the society and for the need of the private sector. Obviously your alliance should keep this in mind when you design these programs that you showed us this morning, that you have private sector involved in design of the future education programs, because skills in blue economy, in green, you know, obviously the Green Deal, European Commission just several years ago implemented European Green Deal, but globally this is implemented, and the digital skills. As a World Bank person, I'm working throughout the, you know, different countries and different continents, and I would like to underline why I was so happy here today to see rectors from Africa, from South America, from US, from Europe, all over, and China, of course, and other colleagues from Asia. It is a great thing that, because science, education, higher education, and education in general, innovation, development are common things, and the challenges of the world and also the skills that are needed for the future solutions are common everywhere. And I would like to close with one thing. For the last 4 years, I'm working in African countries, because Africa does not have challenges as we have, you know, let's say in Europe or in US, for example. They have more than 70% of population under 30 years of age. So generations in Africa and throughout the world are in need to actually develop future skills. And one thing that I would like to share with you before the closing is the fact that we are actually, in Africa, the World Bank is funding African Centers of Excellence that are going to come to Split, Croatia this summer, I mean actually in May, and European Centers of Excellence and European universities are going to be invited to share the knowledge with African colleagues. And I'm really glad that rectors from Africa are here. One thing I would like to say in closing is the fact that World Bank really considers this higher education, innovation, and research as the key things that will solve the societal issues around the globe. And it was really a pleasure to be here today.
Thank you, Danica. Now I'm pleased to introduce Luís Nunes, head of the European Port of Algeciras Bay Port Authority.
Thank you very much.
From Spain.
Well, congratulations to the CEU Alliance for the initiative and the University of Algarve for the organization. First of all, I would like to introduce which challenges. Well, from the port sector, I think that it has been said already, but I will repeat other speakers. The sustainability, for sure, the decarbonization, and the use of new technologies that it gives us a tool, it's a tool, but as well it has a contra, and it's, for example, the cybersecurity. So these issues have to be addressed in two phases. First one, we need academic skills. So, for example, we have found some years ago a lack in looking in the job sector, in the market, for professionals that could lead projects regarding clean fuels, sustainability, blue economy, circular economy. This is one issue. And the other one is to have the capacity to innovate, to apply new technologies, to optimize operation. So in the port sector, we could be more sustainable. But at the same time, we have to focus, and for me, this is most important, that is the soft skills or the aptitude. So now we are in a VUCA environment, volatile, uncertainty, globalization. We need people to have this kind of skills, to be inclusive, tolerant, flexible. As we are very aligned with the European Global Strategy, Gateway Strategy, sorry, we think that this capacity to internationalization of the people, to be aware that in some moment you have to be out of home, you have to stay away, you have to have this kind of mindset, not to collaborate and to share experiences. So these soft skills are very important. But I want to finish saying that we are very lucky, because I think that this is what CU is addressing. So we have the tool, that is the CU Alliance, that will help us to be prepared or to get ready the future workforce to have this addressed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm introducing now Matthew Laspina, representative of the Ministry, Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture from Malta.
I'm Michael from the Brest National Engineering School.
Okay. So, but
we switch, or I can.
But or you can you change. But then we return to you. Okay, sorry.
Hello. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers for this invitation for the CEU Congress. I'm from the Department of Fisheries in Malta, and my unit specifically has direct contact with fishermen. So the primary challenge I'm going to be mentioning is with regards to newly graduated students who start working at the Department of Fisheries. So in Malta, as in many other EU countries, our education is considered to be the cornerstone and the gateway to the industry. I take pride in affirming that our country has offered students with the ability to advance further in their education through free tertiary education. However, through my personal experience within the department, I have noticed a particular challenge that we currently face. This challenge that we encounter is the gap between newly graduated students and the fisheries society. While these students possess considerable academic knowledge of the fisheries sector, they often lack hands-on experience when engaging with stakeholders, particularly fishers. This absence of hands-on experience proves critical, especially when dealing with fishers on a day-to-day basis, and when carrying out mandatory onboard observations stipulated by the European Union, which the department must adhere to. To preserve our traditional fisheries, fish stocks, and enhance the regulation and growth of this sector, more efforts are essential to bridge this gap between the students and local fishers. The incorporation of local ecological knowledge, often absent from academia curricula, is crucial. Collaborative initiatives that enable the exchange of expertise and experiences between students and fishers can significantly enrich academic courses and provide invaluable real-world insights. Efforts to bring students and local fishers together will not only complement academic learning with practical experience, but foster a more comprehensive understanding of the fisheries sector, thereby contributing to its sustainable development. Thank you.
So, thank you, and sorry, now we return to my colleague from the National School of Engineering from Brest, France. Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I'm sorry for the mistake. First, I want to start with the acknowledgement. So I want to address the special thanks to the rector of the University of Algarve and also all the team of the university, Polo Aguas, and also acknowledgement and thanks to Fidel Echevarria, the general coordinator, for the invitation. I want also to thank the organization committee for the opportunity to participate to this round table. And then I will I want also to thank the University of Brest because my institution is an associate partner of the CEU Alliance on the support of the University of Brest. So I want to thank the rector and the vice-rector for their support. For this question now, it's a complicated question about the most relevant skills to face the challenge we have discussed this morning. I decided to try to sketch an answer and also to propose you some, to point out some point, important point on challenge. Maybe because we have to speak about skills, but also about knowledge. To sketch the answer, my first and quick answer will be mainly all the global competencies are required, are relevant. I can remind you that all these global competencies, they are well defined by the handbook of the OECD PISA global competence framework. So you will find all this global competence well defined. And moreover, there is a learning compass for 2030 proposed by the OECD, and there is a focus about the transformative competencies, and 4 of them for the university. So time is going very fast. It's not easy to decide the most relevant competencies. As I am in engineering, I try to focus my answer on this topic by using another interesting documents. I want to remind you about the UNESCO, about the Engineering for Sustainable Development. This document highlights the crucial role of engineering in achieving each of the 17 SDG. So also this document, it's good to choose all the skill, the most relevant skill to face the challenges. And just to finish, because the time goes very fast, I think we have to also take into account, as we have higher education, the fact that the new generation, they are more and well prepared as the actual generation, because we have to take into account what they do in the primary, secondary, high school before coming, because most of them, they have already a project about these challenges. So how to permit them to keep this project? We have many challenges, so I skip this point, but also the training staff. We have to form the training staff. So to conclude, to go more in depth with this subject, maybe we have the opportunity, thanks to the Alliance, across the Alliance, to set up a working group. On me, I am interested about a working group for engineering, because I think the most relevant skills will finally also depend on the degree.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your relevant contributions. We are now ready to hear some comments and words about this from Pavel Braun from Gdańsk Entrepreneurship Foundation. Thank you for coming also.
Thank you very much for the invitation. That was not so obvious because we are not affiliated with the University of Gdańsk, but we are working really close. That's what I want to talk about in a few minutes. We've been established many years ago by the municipality of Gdańsk to help young people, young companies, startups to grow. And we've got some funds, some buildings, some office buildings to use it as an element to help the people to grow. After many years, we decided to change the philosophy of work with the young people, especially young people, young students, because we do realize that we've got such a problem with Gen Z. They are not as hungry as our generation was many years ago. They don't want to work so hard as we've been prepared and we used to be. They want to be focused on their well-being, work-life balance, on sustainable growth of the companies, and probably on the permanent job and quite stabilized job. And for us, it's such a challenge because we've got venture capitals, private equities, and we want to have new companies for our economy. So we have to decide what to do. So right now, we are mostly focused on education. We have to learn them how to be resilient, flexible, brave, ready to failure, and many other topics which are not so obvious for the universities, but are quite important to grow up and to open a new company. That's what we do in everyday work. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and now I'm pleased to introduce Elsa Cordeiro. She's the Vice President of Algarve Region Coordination and Development, and she's here representing the President. That by it was some agenda issues, but we are really welcome to you sharing some words about the challenge that we are here analyzing, that it's what skills in the future workforce are the most important for the graduated successful tackle society's challenge. Okay, thank you, Elsa.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for the organization to invite CCDR of Algarve to come here. And I apologize my English, and I need to read because it's in English. Qualifications and skills are fundamental to promoting the diversification of the Algarve's economy basis, a region that presents weakness in this regard. But we have several challenges that we need to be overcome. The early exit rate from education and training was around 20% in 2019, almost double the national average. The percentage of residents with higher education is the second lowest on the continent. And even in the case of young people between 13 and 34 years old, which reached 34%, it is lower than the country's average. In 2020 and 2021, the registration rate in higher education remained far from the national figure. The region has the highest rate of young people aged 16 and 34 years who are not employed, not student, or in training, having even increased compared of 2014, contrary to what happened in our country. The demand for intensive and seasonal labor increased, and from 2013 and 2019, the average monthly earnings are the lowest in the country, equivalent of 2019 to only 85% of the national value. An even greater gap in the group of graduates who they earn on average only 77% of the national value. The Algarve 2030 regional strategy assumes that improving qualification is a goal for the decade, in line with the European Pillar of Social Rights. The regional program, which integrates cohesion policy funds, mobilizes finances that support training and qualifications, particularly in the areas related to the social challenge. For example, with a focus on sustainability, circularity, digitalization, or decarbonization, supporting in entrepreneurial discovery process, which involve the main regional stakeholders as long as they are aligned with the regional smart specificity strategy. More I can tell about our strategy, but because of the time it's so low, I can improvise and say this investment will not only stretch them, the innovation ecosystem, but also change the training and the attraction of talent, with the university playing a very important role, but also to value workers, their employability and remuneration. It must be everyone's commitment.
Okay. Okay, thank you all for your relevant contribution. It was, in fact, a difficult roundtable, but very diversified and enriched with your analysis about the skills needed. What I was thinking when I was here, all of you at most of you, although some also stress the importance of the technical skills, most of you also acknowledge the importance of soft skills that somehow the universities are not addressing them so completely as it's necessary, as identified from the different sectors here present. So I think we have also challenges for the next roundtables with the rectors and the vice rectors from the CU University to have their thoughts how they also in fact address this huge diversity of skills and competencies needed to in fact address the social challenge. Thank you so much for all. Please, Danica.
Just make a comment. I was wondering, does anybody in the room or here know what is skills index for their country? So there is a measurement out there for each country globally, which is called skills index. So all of us should know the skills index for our own country. So that's something that when you design the future, higher education programs and innovation programs and skills programs, that one should really start from the basis, where your country and where your alliance countries are at and where countries globally are at. So I recommend everybody should look their own country's skills index.
Okay, thank you, Danica. A strong applause to the round table.
I thank you all for your contribution. Now we are moving to our fourth roundtable. In this next roundtable, we aim to gather information that help us to answer the question: how can European universities help the world deal with the main challenges our global society faces? In this roundtable, we have the participation of CEU rectors and vice-rectors, plus other European universities. And with no further ado, I call to the stage Paulo Aguas, Hanna Jurkova-Zeidler, Marcela Iglesias, Gabriel Sampagnaro, Hannah Hansen, Raif Schneider, Valérie Solars, Vianney Pichereau, Zoran Jogash, Andriy Smityuk e Jans Uwe Schroeder-Indrix.
So I'm delighted now to welcome to the UAlg stage my colleagues and friends from the European University of the Sea, rectors, vice-rectors, and representatives, and extending this warm welcome also to the recently increased CEU family, namely with the World Maritime University from Sweden, and as the war also in Europe in the last years must be considered in the more inclusive approach, by the higher education institutions also, and we address this in CEU and receiving now the Ukrainian University of Odessa in the coastal area of the Black Sea as an effective member. Welcome. Today, our society needs more than ever the contribution of the universities, and Europe, it's a quickly changing world, is facing major challenge. As we were also able to see in the morning with the results from the Ocean Algarve cruise, the pollutions from different sources, microplastics, also pollution in the air. So there is a lot of challenges in Europe that can benefit from the contribution of our European university. And the well-being and the prosperity of future generations, in fact, depend on our response as open universities. Excellent and inclusive universities are a condition and a foundation for democratic, fair, and sustainable society, as well as sustainable growth, entrepreneurship, and employment. CEU ambition is to be a higher education institution super campus with a supportive and inclusive environment that foster global commitment to the sustainable development goals and of our different higher education institutions, and also with the collaboration with non-academic organizations across seas and countries. CEU higher education institutions already address in a comprehensive way all sustainable development goals, and when we analyze this based on our scientific production scopes based, and I think the results of each of our university will be displayed in the screen now, I hope. The results from the CEU Higher Education Institute, okay, so they start to appear. So this is the results of our different universities and how we are responding based on science to the different sustainable development goals. And the relative activity index is the share of an institution's scholarly output relative to the world-wide share of the scholarly output for this same SDGs. And we have also the information within the country. So we have the world average, the country average, and then the performance of the different universities considering the sustainable development goals. It can be observed that although there is a particular specialization on the scientific production towards the Sustainable Development Goal 14, protection of life below water, as a whole, the CEU Alliance already address more than the world average in several other sustainable development goals, namely the number 4, quality of education, number 5, gender equality, number 8 and 9, decent work and economic growth, innovation and infrastructures, and number 13, climate actions. Nevertheless, as it is advised within the Sustainable Development Goals 17, stronger partnerships are needed, especially consider the major challenge identified previously. So these European universities, it's an excellence initiative from the Erasmus Plus program, as a crucial role to play, in co-creating the workforce, the future workforce to address these issues. But funding, for instance, for inclusive and sustainable mobility, legal processes to implement in Europe joint programs, although show some progress, there are still moderate. There is other things that we need to do together. As European universities, CEU is also running EU policy experimental pilot, which are transnational cooperations projects dedicated to develop implementing study cases and testing them to reduce those bottlenecks. So now, and within this round table for the leaders of our universities, taking in account their own local strategy within the CEU project, will share how to address individually and collectively the sustainable development goals and to co-produce the skills needed to the future generation. So I now giving also the gentle reminder of the chronometer in front of you. For the 2 minutes, I give the floor to my rector, Paulo Águas, from the University of Algarve.
Boa tarde. This morning I will start with good morning, and I should start with bom dia. Now it's boa tarde, good afternoon to all of you. With solid and reliable partnerships, University of the Algarve, with the CEU partners, might, or I would say our commitment is to, 1, increase co-creation of European joint programs using cross-expertise from CEU higher education institutions and co-produce more sustainable answers to global social challenges, namely through development of in situ and distance learning courses. 2, increase quality and quantity of research and innovation projects, namely with non-European partners. 3, increase incoming mobility of students and staff, promote more internationalization at home and cultural diversity. 4, increase offer to local communities of long life learning opportunities and micro-credentials by using digital tools with a broader range of partners. Strong and reliable partnerships in the higher education sector have a crucial role to play in shaping sustainable and resilient societies and economies in a world with increasing war conflicts. Inclusive universities are a condition and foundation for open, democratic, fair and sustainable societies, as well as sustained growth, entrepreneurship and employment. University of the Algarve is a young university in a coastal area with a deep commitment with the region, bridges with other higher education institutions in other coastal areas around the world will allow us to share best practice to address the global social challenges. Thank you very much.
Now it's also a huge pleasure to introduce Anna Joraskowska-Zeidler, please, from the University of Gdańsk. She's the Vice Rector for Internationalization and Cooperation.
I'm a little bit jealous about the timing of Pablo. No, that's better?
It's okay.
So my timing is start now. Thank you for that. And how to do that European University Initiative will be so great, will be engaged with the global change. Creating the gremia like that, creating not projects but families, relations not between institutions but between people. I'm so lucky that you are in that group of people. So what we need, working together with the not only European University but also for the global environment. For sure, we need new engine to be a driving change in our countries, in our universities, in our campuses. It means that we need some excellence in education and research. We need new competences for our students. We need new thinking in our management staff, not only in the team of rectors. The second thing, we for sure need strong wings, because we need to fly. So global partners come with us and fly together, because we building bridges between institutions, between people, and of course we need to build some bridges with our communities, with private sector, entrepreneurship sector also, because the role of academia is changing also. We should answer together on the global challenges. And at the end, we need strong basement, we need strong fundament in values. So remember that European University Initiative is for promoting European values, diversity and inclusion, democratic practices, and also some Sustainable Development Goals. Remember that we are the guides of values, especially promoting European way of life. So let's do this together. Let's do this change in the higher education system, but of course in our coastal cities, ports, and private sector.
Thank you, Anna. Now it's also a pleasure to introduce Marcela Iglesias, the new Vice Rector for Internationalization, also from the University of Cadiz, Spain. I would like to do a special welcome to Marcela, because she's really a new Vice Rector that was just nominee this week or the week before, and her presence here, it's also an evidence of the commitment of the University of Cadiz to our alliance. Thank you, Marcela.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. It is a pleasure to participate in this CU Congress, and I would like to thank the organizers for preparing this great event. I was appointed as Vice Rector for Internationalization of the University of Cadiz only 2 days ago, and I couldn't miss the opportunity to come to Faro and to meet this big CU family devoted today to discuss about how to face global challenges together with representatives of 32 universities of all over the world. As for the question of this roundtable, I would say that the European universities constitutes the most ambitious and comprehensive initiative of the European Union that combines mobility, capacity building, and strategic cooperation applied to the fields of training, research, and knowledge transfers to civil society, all at the same time, with the ultimate goal to contribute to territorial and social development. I consider that European alliances are now playing a key role as promoters of strategic partnerships with different local, regional, and international stakeholders, leading to a more intercultural, understanding, and open-minded society, better prepared to face global challenges. There's no doubt that complex global problems need interdisciplinary, collaborative, and global solutions. I am very proud of the CU Alliance coordinated by the University of Cadiz and of the results that the Alliance has achieved so far. I strongly believe that it is time to share this cooperation experience to other regions and to move towards a global partnership. I hope this Congress will be the spearhead. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Marcela. Now I give the floor to Gabriel Sampaguer, from a rector delegate from the Partenople University of Naples. Thank you, Gabriel.
Thank you, Alexander. Thanks to the directors and thanks to the colleagues from Algarve for this Congress. This is not a final step, this is a starting step, and we reached this step of this opening of this relationship after many meetings, because in CU Alliance we have a lot of meetings every week, and the key factor to have the best results in all activities is the cooperation, the strong relationship mentioned by Alexandra and Anna. Again, it's very complicated to respond to this question in 1 minute and 30 seconds, but I can say something related to our experience. Everyone knows what is a university. It's a very old entity, started in Europe. Sorry for the conflict of interest. Started in Italy with Bologna, Padua, and Naples, but after 60 years in Coimbra University, also in Portugal. And so from the starting, we have a dual mission. The first mission is obviously the dissemination of knowledge, and the second mission is just to have serving as an hub of study and experimentation. In the last decades, we started to have a third mission. That's very complicated to define, but international cooperation is part of this mission, and is one of the best practices in the CU Alliance. International cooperation, I think that is one of the response to this question. And I repeat international cooperation, because these are moments very difficult, where many countries, many governments are resistant about international cooperation, but not in the university. There is, I think, English sayings that goes that university are not island. University is not an island. It's only not an archipelago. I think that I like imagine CU Alliance as a set of ecosystem navigating in a common, according a common pathway today with new partners, and I'm sure that they will be new friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriel. Now I'm honored to give the floor to Director of the North University from Norway, and Eleonora Hansen. Thank you for coming also.
Thank you very much. I would like to send a thank you to the previous panel. I think they excellently brought three perspectives to my mind, at least. First of all, they demonstrated so well what a diversity of a world that our candidates are supposed to fit into after they have been a student with us. There are so many skills, so many different needs. Then I think they also demonstrated very well that we need more education in critical thinking, and they taught me that we need to be much more aware of learning the students to take responsibility. That was a new task, and I think that was really well done. I have three things that I think we should lift much harder in the future. I think we are really pussies when it comes to forcing the climate change. Climate change is big, and it really affects how the world and the societies are getting more and more different in their abilities to cope with our lives. So we need to take a much stronger force in that. The same comes with ecological biodiversity. We are way too little pushy with the knowledge that we already have. Then I have a suggestion. I think we should move a little bit more from teaching map to teaching compass. And I'd like to explain that a little bit. I think the map describes like the technical competence. We describe all the study programs with learning outcomes. It's fairly, we think that we can plan everything in the world. And I think that the world and what is going on now demonstrate that we cannot plan everything. So we have to teach our students much more how to live in a changing world, and that is the compass. So how can we do that? I think the compass is partly what we are trying to do today, where we are signing the declaration. We want democracy, we want equality, respect and inclusion, and also our First Nations. We do have First Nations in this in Europe also. So let's do the declaration, and live the declaration is very important. We need to develop the joint degrees and then go on from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I'm pleased to give the floor to my colleague, Rolf Schneider, the Vice President for Internationalization of the University of Kiel. Thank you for coming also.
Yeah, thank you for introducing me. So I would like to give a little different perspective. I think we have heard a lot of things about challenges, about the risk, the complexity, and so on and so on. But all what is behind that is keep the Earth a habitable planet for humans. So everything which goes in this direction, that also is important for academia, for research, and for education, and developing skills of the next generations. If we want to have a habitable planet, which is covered by 70% on Earth's surface by the ocean, it is the ocean which becomes very important. So I'm quite happy that we at least in one of the European alliances, one deals with the ocean. So what happens at the moment with the oceans? I think we are not considering the correct maps here. We have seen the maps in different territories for the continents, But if you imagine what happens to the ocean is that we are subdividing the oceans even more and more into national jurisdiction, into national belonging. So we are separating the ocean, and we are running into the same problems across nations, across jurisdiction, across politics, which we face on the continent. And my perspective is, if we cannot argue and work against this, if we not will consider one ocean for all the nations and for all the humans, then we will run into real trouble, because then we will face all the fights and the problems related to subdividing the continents into different nations with all the consequences. So my plea is here, and that's my vision for this European Alliance for the Seas, that if we can get the European Union, 27 nations, to come together in one, so to say, nationwide business, in a way, in politics, in terms of economy, in terms of academia, why not starting from this European context into how to deal with the ocean in the future? Thanks, that is my question for the world ocean.
Thank you, Ralph. Now it's the turn of Valerie Solar, the Pro-Rector for Strategical Planning and Sustainability from Malta University. Thank you also.
Okay, just correct you, I'm Frank Bedzina, Pro-Rector for International Development and Quality Assurance.
Oh, sorry.
My name is not Valerie.
You are Frank Bedzina.
It's okay, no problem.
Sorry.
So,
I know your name.
It's okay. My answer to your question is highly linked with what was discussed in the previous roundtable. But before answering you, I would like to start by, first of all, thanking the director of the University of Algarve and his team for hosting us and for organizing this amazing Congress. Secondly, I would like to thank the driving force, or better, the heart and soul of the CEU Alliance, the General Coordinator, Professor Fidel Echevarria. Maybe we can give him a clap. And thirdly, I have a few reflections related to the previous roundtable. First was mentioned the importance of bridging the gap between theory and practice, between academics and practitioners. And this highlights the importance of collaboration. We cannot, as academics, imagine that we know it all. We don't. And as my fellow colleague from the Fisheries Department mentioned, we need to have students the possibility to experience what's happening in the industry. For instance, in my case, there was a time where every single dissertation related to IT used to come from MITA, the agency responsible for IT, whereby they used to come up with topical issues very relevant to academia, and students used to have an academic supervisor as well as a practitioner who would help them and provide them with all the material. A second point, which I, as an academic and practitioner, encounter, is the fact that there is a lack of soft skills. Soft skills are not soft anymore, just like common sense is no longer common. A third point is that we feel that the new generation, our graduates, have a low attention span, which is a serious problem. Just like another serious problem, you meet a stressed manager who tells you, I'm sorry, I have no chance to think. I have no chance to consult the evidence. So that's another problem. Finally, while I agree that we need a lot of skills, I might not underestimate the importance of planning, because as Abraham Lincoln once said, if I had 8 hours to chop down a tree, I would spend 6 sharpening my axe, although I hate cutting down trees. So this brings me to my answer. European universities can assist in this by aspiring to impart to their alumni some of the 10 skills prioritized within the World Economic Forum's Future Jobs Report for 2023. These skills include analytical and creative thinking, curiosity, motivation, resilience, empathy, quality control, leadership and social influence, dependability and attention to detail, active listening, and technological literacy. Employers' approach within the CEU DocSister project identified a similar cohort of soft skills they look for within prospective employees, complaining of a mismatch between what is available on the labor market and the skills they are after. The same universities are also in a unique position to deliver on this ambition through their access to transboundary collaboration and funding programs, and the offering of joint courses and micro-credentials in collaboration with industry, which in turn spearhead student and staff member mobilities and exchanges. Thank you.
Okay. Thank Frank. I'm now introducing Vianney Pechureau, Vice President of University of Brest, France. Thank you also for coming.
Thank you very much. So at first I would like to thank all the organizers, the CEU organizers, because it was said we are building a kind of family, and today the family is enlarged with our international partners. And from this morning we heard very, very interesting testimonies from our partners about the challenge. What I returned is that some specific challenges were addressed, were given some very strong message, and I thank all the colleagues, and also other challenge, the global ones, global change, climate change, for example, we heard about food security. So obviously most of us are engaged in research to address these problems, to find solution about, to mitigate, find solution, to adapt to climate change. One idea, and I will focus only on two ideas, I should say. The first one is that it was said that we are addressing global issues, but we have we know that the solutions are mainly locals. And I should say, as a marine scientist, the more I know my topic, I should say that the more I'm able to identify the gaps there is in my knowledge. The more, or maybe it is not because I'm becoming older and older, but I know that I don't know anything, in fact. And the knowledge, in fact, is very local, and this made me think that maybe the question could be how can we learn from each other to learn better from each other, because the solution, especially for the world, maybe no one of us has it. Just the second one very quickly. The second question I thought about is one of the major roles of the universities to spread knowledge to students, on, I should say more generally to society. Maybe it is more related to the previous roundtable, but I feel it important to say that it is not knowledge for knowledge. It has been said, but I think it is so important that we should repeat it. I feel it very important to develop the critical thinking of students, because they are the future citizens, they are also the ambassadors in the society, and also this is one of our roles to make literacy, to spread this information, science to the society. This was my two reflections for today.
Okay, thank you. I now give the floor to Zoran Dogas, Vice Rector for International Collaboration, Split, Croatia. also, it's a pleasure to receive you here again in this stage.
Thank you, Alexandra. I already thanked everybody, so I don't need to do that. As number 9 in the panel, it's difficult not to repeat, what has been already said. So I'll try to give my personal insight if possible. First, I need to admit, I love the idea of the alliances and the European University of the Seas, personally. On the other hand, what are the universities? Universities are, to me, education and research. And what we all need to do, this is what I actually do, I strive for the excellence in both. And how to do it? One of the means that we are facing right here and right now is internationalization, which is composed of 3 things to me: mobility, communication, and collaboration. So now my story, here how it goes. Upon graduation from medical school, I went to the States. I was mobile, I was exposed to communication with different culture, and I started collaboration. And then I returned back to Croatia, and then we actually I joined the young medical school, and we applied both, actually. Flexible dynamic, we started very soon, medical studies in English program, so we became international. And it took about 4 years for Germans from Bavaria to come to Split and to ask for collaboration. So medical doctors in Germany, in Bavaria, are being trained in Split, Croatia, which is kind of unique example. So this is very good example of communication, collaboration, and mobility. And then when I was asked what is more important, education and research, to me, since I'm educating educators, and I was dean of the medical school, so I was very much putting emphasis to research and excellence in research, it was so difficult question, and then I was thinking, how to solve that, and it came to me this kind of expression: for mankind, by far, the most important human activity is scientific research. For society, it is education. So I think we should strive for excellence in both, and this is excellent means, so I think we should do it together, both at the European but also at global partnership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zoran. Now we are moving to Andriy Smitwyk, the Vice Rector for Odessa, Odessa University from Ukraine. Thank you so much for coming here to Algarve.
First of all, I would like to say thank you to the main office of the Alliance in Cadiz, to University of Algarve, and to University of Gdańsk for support, and to Turkish Airlines, who brought me safely here, but unfortunately without my suitcase with my suit. But I saved this perfect blue jumper, it's thematically connected, as I now may see, to the theme of our alliance. It's blue, it looks like sea. So I'm happy to be here among European universities, and first of all I would say that it's an undisputable fact that Ukrainian universities receive huge advantages and benefits joining European higher education area. On the other hand, there is a discussion how to prevent brain drain from Ukraine, and one can find declarations on this issue on universities' websites. I think it evidences that there is some brain potential in Ukraine, and it may be probably applied in the European context, I hope. In the light of recent challenges, I would say that special features of Ukrainian universities are the following: it's unique experience of crisis management, flexibility, and surviving abilities. All we do now is total improvisation and crisis management, and improving our surviving skills. So we are now, Odessa is neither, I almost have no time. I would say that, I'm sorry. The first thing, cutting edge research. supported by technology transfer. How can we improve the world? Yeah. And the most important thing, I think, is a promotion of social responsibility and sustainable practices in our universities. It may really improve the world, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And now it's time to give the floor to Jan Hoof Schroeder Enrich, Vice President from the World Maritime University in Sweden. Thank you also. It's an honor also to receive you here.
Thank you very much. And I would also like the other presenters, first of all, thank the CEU for inviting us and also the University of Algarve for hosting this wonderful congress. I can personally say that apart from all the scientific and interesting academic discussions, the yesterday lesson in how to sing Fado is certainly an experience that I will take with me. So thank you very much for that. On the matter of the topic of this roundtable, I would like to start, since it is difficult also to add a different perspective maybe, I would like to start with a quote. It was Nelson Mandela actually who said, "Education is the most powerful weapon to change the world." And I think for universities that also is a specific mission. I think it was probably in this spirit that my university, the World Maritime University, was set up 40 years ago as part of a United Nations specialized agency, the International Maritime Organization. We are the capacity building unit for this agency and have supported this agency for more than 40 years, as I said. The IMO, our parent organization, defines global standards for ship construction, ship equipment, but also the education and to a certain extent also the working conditions of seafarers. And as a result of the work of this organization today, more than 50,000 ships worldwide and more than 2 million seafarers work under similar conditions and are also educated according to these conditions. This relatively small industry has been able to carry 80% of world trade. And this is all the result of global collaboration of member states of this organization, and not only the member state organizations, the administrations, but also industry and the many other stakeholders, environmental organizations and many other NGOs who all have a vital interest in the industry. We have supported all these discussions with our education programs, focusing mainly on industry stakeholders to allow them to participate in these discussions. Today, of course, what we see is that the challenges that we are facing in the maritime sector are a lot more complex. We are looking at climate change mitigation. We are looking at challenges related to digitalization and also automation. And unfortunately, I think there are also more and more question marks behind the concept of globalization, which I think is vital for global trade. And I think, therefore, we are looking at alliances like CEU with great and keen interest because, as it was highlighted here in this forum, it needs this collaboration among universities so that we develop this interdisciplinary view. We cannot look at a ship without considering the ocean, and at the same time, on the ocean, the concept of borders doesn't help to ensure that the oceans maintain the vital state that they need in order to provide all of that. And in this respect, we're looking forward to working closer with CEU and picking up our role as associate partner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for your enrichment contributions. I think collaboration and partnerships was the words that we were able to listen more frequently in the round table. And in fact, the European universities together with external partners, it's the only way to, in fact, to address the social challenge identified before in the previous roundtables. And I think that the CEU partners now and special after the signature of the Global Gateway Declaration will be more ready to start, in fact, jointly addressing these issues in research in our joint programs, in fact, with a global vision of our coastal areas and all the other problems that are connected with living in those specific places. So I think now the main message it's in fact try to consolidate these bridges that we are starting now to develop, and also in the main feeling or principle of the leave no one behind, that it's the main center of the sustainable development goals and the transformative promise of the Agenda 2013. So I think now we are ready to be able to receive after the coffee break, the next round table with the future generation, and also to have their thoughts about what most of us have been sharing here today. So thank you again, and also massive applause to this colleague.
Thank you all for your participation in this roundtable. We have now a pause with a coffee break outside the auditorium. We will return at 4:30 p.m. Okay? Thank you.
duas, ou é uma ou outra.
One.
Hello.
Até aqui tá.
Maluca?
Agora aqui vai apresentar.
Agora já
Só
tá
falta
bom.
essa senhora apresentar, não é?
É.
Hello, welcome back to our events. So, before we start this last part of our events, I have two announcements, please. The first one is from Professor Ulf Everts. During the presentation, Professor Ulf Everts showed some materials to the audience and give them to the audience. So, who has the materials, please leave in the reception because they need to bring their home again, okay? So, the second announcement is a good one, yeah. And we have Cristina Veiga Pires from the Interpretative Science Center offer for all of you that present the badge of our Congress a free entrance in the Interpretation Science Center, which is near the whole town. For the ones that are nearby, in the hotels nearby the whole area of Faro, near the sea, near Rio Formosa, you can find this building. Is a yellow building, and you can find it easily. This building is normally open between 10 to 30, from 10 to 1 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So if you want to go there, please present this in the entrance, and you have a free entrance. Okay? So. Saying this, welcome back, and let's start now with the fifth and the last roundtable of the day, which aims to answer the question, what are the results of the Future Leadership Forum from Generation Z perspective that contributed most to the Global Gateway Declaration? To moderate this roundtable, I give the floor to Alexandra Teodosio.
So welcome again. I think you are now a bit more relaxed, but also energetic after the coffee break, and have enjoyed also already some of our Algarve delicatessen that were spread in the tables. Now. I have the pleasure also to be here in this round table that will be more focused on the young generation and to help projecting the future CEU as a potential contribution to leadership in different institutions, both higher education institutions, companies, public organizations, and others. In fact, some of you are already in these leadership leaders positions. Formerly, young generation, mainly Y, millennial or Z, hygiene generation, they are generations that are much more focused on the digital tools than the generations that rise before. They are usually classified, both Y and Z, as entrepreneurs, valuing diversity, aiming for social justice, and also calling environmental sustainability as a major value. But they also rely much more on communities online. And this is also one big issues of difference among generations. In this roundtable, some of you were directly involved in the Global Gateway Declaration reviewing process within the Future Leadership Forum that was developed in the University of Naples in October. And for those, I will address how this process and the results were achieved, and to the other young colleagues that were not involved in the previous Future Leadership Forum, I would like them to share their thoughts on how they may help the construction of the future of the CEU Alliance and the next steps also in the Future Leadership Forum. I start to give the floor to the University of Madalena, Colombia, Angélica Hoyos Guzmán, a professor and researcher, and with she's a PI in an inspiring project, Letters to the Sea, where young people and girls from marine and coastal area write about life at sea. So I would like that you address some words to all about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm honored to participate here and to be invited to share our perspective from the Caribbean Sea at the coast in the north of Colombia. In Santa Marta, Colombia, as in other countries with coastal marine zones, gender inequalities remain enforced on the daily lives of women and girls. Through Letters to the Sea, a research of the International Sea Campus of Excellence of the University of Magdalena, we collect the feeling of girls and young women in their marine realities, and we empower the stories that make us understand the challenge of being a woman. Our research is aligned with the Global Gateway Declaration from the European University of the Seas here, and aims to make visible the ways of life of women on the marine coast. In this way, we also face the challenge of improving the quality of education for girls and young women. While we need to listen and give meaning to education based on gender equity, with the perspective of social regeneration through empathy, in accordance with the needs and feelings of Generation Z and also Alpha generation, that is this, the kids, our kids. We need to make the abundance of life at the sea a reality for women, a possibility of a dignified life free of violence and with equity. Through the sea, we can listen to these local voices and become sensitive in a world that builds the global future. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, Patricia. Patricia is also already coming from one external partner, Madalena University. So now I give the floor to Evelina Kroll, Future Leadership Forum member, and already a leader in our European University. It's the Dean of Intercollege Faculty of Biotechnology and Medical University in Gdańsk. Okay, so yes. Welcome. Please.
Thank you. So, as it is said, I am the Dean of the Intercollegiate Faculty, and I was studying at the same faculty some time ago. So I would like to say a few words as a person who was just on this both sides, so being a student and now being in charge of this education and research unit. So I think that it is very important that the university is very flexible and we make changes according to the new generation needs. And I would like to underline three aspects. So first, the university must be the place where students build their personal curriculum, but they have the opportunity to travel, make international collaboration, and collect different skills during their education. So we have to remember that Generation Z are global citizens, and we have to make them these opportunities during the studies. The second thing, which I think is important, is the possibility for lifelong learning. So as it was said, and we could hear it during the presentation, that joint diploma and micro-credential could be the solution. So, because on one hand, they ensure the improvement of the quality of education, and also on the other hand, they encourage people to move across different countries for education and training. And the third thing, we have to focus on future skills. So we have to be, as I said, very flexible and make changes to education programs as often as it is needed. So some skills which need to be developed are critical thinking, adaptiveness, global citizenship, and creativity. because we have to remember that shaping the future requires new ideas that are implemented in the community. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Evelyn. I now have the pleasure to introduce Fábio Zacarias. Fábio was a former president of the Academic Association of the University of Algarve, and Fábio was also a Future Leadership Forum member with experience also in the Representative Student Council of the CEU Governing Board, where is the main reason why he's here, to share this experience, also to be a student in the governing board of CEU, and how this could be your views to contribute also to the future of our alliance.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to welcome everyone who is here today. Welcome to Portugal. Welcome to the University of Algarve. In this house of knowledge, through the alliance that unites us today, we directly interpret the appeal made our Secretary of United Nations, Antonio Guterres, the call for cooperation. The reflection I offer regarding the current state of our society is more than ever important not to let social responsibility fall into the traps of misinformation. It is a responsibility that falls upon the people who, instead of merely pointing out the problem, must think about the solutions that will help those in need and make the world a better place. In these efforts, also emphasized every day by the European Union, we must seek dialogue to ensure the fulfillment of human rights, move towards the eradication of poverty, make peace, and a greener planet that guarantees hope for future generations. Thus, moving directly to the topic of this panel, it would be utterly foolish not to use universities as engines of development and social innovation, considering they have the best research tools and produce the most qualified professionals. We are talking about the generation that will respond to various challenges, as identified in Global Gateway Declaration. I firmly believe that we, as students and youth people, can also be part of this journey, motivated by our future, empowered by our academic journey, and focused on putting knowledge at the service of society. We only need trust and more space in forums of discussion and decision-making. Thank you for your attention. One more time, welcome to Algarve.
So thank you, Fábio. Now I have the pleasure also to introduce Alai Akademir. She is a Future Leadership Forum member and also a PhD here in the University of Algarve. Thank you, Alai, for coming.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here where we can express our ideas freely. In our earlier meeting, we discussed how Generation Z stands out for its innovation, activity, and strong leadership qualities, all deeply intertwined with their immersion in technology from birth. From my perspective, it's crucial for universities to adopt a vision that is more inclusive, accessible, and egalitarian. Considering the new generation's keen awareness of global issues and their leadership potential, the proposed inclusive education infrastructure should create an environment where Generation Z can seamlessly integrate into society, navigate real-life situations, and express their ideas openly and freely. As we emphasized before, we need to establish platforms that provide opportunities for collaboration and entrepreneurship. Recognizing and accommodating the diverse learning styles of Generation Z is crucial. Flexible learning models, leveraging technology and interactive methods, resonates effectively with their digital native nature. Simultaneously, integrating cutting-edge technology into education, including online collaboration tools and virtual reality experience, is essential. Fostering global citizenship among Generation Z is a priority. Universities should consider incorporating curriculum elements that promote understanding, tolerance, and active engagement with global issues, preparing students to contribute to a globalized world. Empowering students to take on leadership roles in their educational journey is paramount. Initiatives focused on developing critical thinking, problem solving, and effective communication should be actively supported, preparing Generation Z for leadership positions in the future. By fostering a truly egalitarian environment for Gen Z, their self-realization will naturally unfold. In essence, we aim to design an educational setting that not only recognizes but actively supports the distinctive qualities of this generation, offering them opportunities and guidance required for both personal and collective growth. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alail. I'm now the pleasure to introduce from the Partenople University and also a Future Leadership Forum member, Alail Tutore. Thank you.
Thank you for your hospitality, University of Algarve. I actually attended the meeting, the Future Leadership Forum in Naples, and I listened all the speech that you had during that time. And I tried to resume what are the role of Generation Z for the development of Global Gateway Declaration, resuming in 3 words. The first one is the personal understanding of Gen Z of sustainability, because sustainability, of course, is not a brand new concept. But if you ask to people that are outside the academia or institution, my mother, for example, what is sustainability, they have a really theoretical idea. But Generation Z has the practical idea of what sustainability is in terms of sustainable consumption, what they can do for natural environment to reduce pollution, to preserve coastal and sea and land. And also in terms of social responsibility, in terms of gender egalitarianism, reducing inequalities and so on. The second word that is important is capabilities, I think. It appears also in the round 3 that for Generation Z, in this time of workplace shortage, capabilities are really important. And especially for Generation Z, I work with young people that collect capabilities and skills in order to find the right workplace. And university cover an important role in this phase because they would like to improve knowledge through research, through collaboration, through trying to integrate research with teaching. So the role of university is pivotal in this change. The third word is networking. Gen Z get used with networking. They stay connected everywhere, every time, maybe too much. But networking is fundamental because it opens minds. It helps to be open to the change and to face the challenges of the future. So these 3 words are the core of the mission of CU Alliance, of course, and they are also included into the Gateway Declaration because we know that just becoming linked, connected with people with different beliefs and way of thinking, we can build a more sustainable world full of capabilities and more connected and open-minded. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now I'm moving to the Erasmus Student Network from Poland. And we'll be listening some words by Joanna
Cichońska. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a really pleasure to be a part of this Congress today, representing the voice of Generation Z. A symbol of our shared commitment, the Global Gateway Declaration seeks the active involvement of CU external academic partners and the CU universities in addressing global sustainability challenges. From the perspective of Generation Z, I can say that as a young generation, we are united not only as the citizens of our countries or even Europe, but as a global citizens. Therefore, recognizing our belonging to a worldwide community, we will underscore the importance of addressing migration, achieving gender balance, and fostering open learning. At the same time, our common focus is on climate neutrality, transitioning the clean energy, and promoting sustainable mobility. The resolutions that will be endorsed at the CEU Congress compel external patterns to better prepare to prioritize and biodiversity conservation with a particular focus on marine aspects. Recognizing the potential of the marine economy and ensuring the well-being of coastal communities is considered crucial by Generation Z. Insights gained from the Future Ship Leaders Forum highlight the great importance of effective communication. Proficiency in communication skills is recognized as a key factor in facilitating smooth collaboration, deeper mutual understanding, and better achievement of common goals. But communication alone is only one part of the success. An essential part besides the communication is an action. Only these two parts together will give us success in achieving our common goals. Therefore, together, we can make positive change in both the European and global arena. We are the architects and also the builders of the future sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you, Joana. Now I give the floor to Julia Perez. She was a Future Leadership Forum representative of the University of Cadiz and also a student representing in the governing board. Thank you, Julia, and for coming.
Good afternoon. Also. Thank you for the invitation. Generation Z faces many challenges in the university environment. At this unique stage in their lives, young people face a number of challenges that will shape not only their future, but also that of society. We face the challenge of the cost of education, not only because of tuition fees, but also because of the cost of housing or university residences. The job market has become more competitive, or mental health, which is another big issue. But I think there is one issue that we need to focus: equality at university. It is crucial to create an inclusive environment where all voices are equal value. Efforts must be made to break down barriers and promote equality between men and women. Diversity generally enriches the educational experience and contributes to a more just, equitable, inclusive, and respectful society. By working towards an inclusive university with everyone fitting, we help to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to reach their full potential. There are many challenges ahead, but working together as a university community can turn our weaknesses and barriers into a strength and help us to be better. We have the challenge, but we also have the opportunity to grow. We must not miss it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Julia. It's now the time that we hear some words from Rita Tavares. He's the president of the Student Union, also recently elected from the Academic Association in UAlg. Really welcome here.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to attend this Congress on behalf of the Academic Association of the University of Algarve. In these few minutes, I would like to touch on some important points in the discussion of the vital role of youth leadership in the future, essentially in the context of the European University Alliances. As we face complex global challenge, it is imperative that young people take responsibility for leading with vision and innovation. Collaborating between European universities not only enrich our academic experience, but also creates a network of potential leaders. By actively engaging in this alliance, we are building bridges to the future, promoting cultural understanding, and laying the foundations for joint solutions. And I think that youth leadership isn't just about taking on high-profile roles, but it's also about inspiring positive change. By actively participation, we can change and we can shaping a future where cooperation and transcends borders, promoting diversity of true and in changing our ability to track complex challenge. So my appeal is to embrace responsibility, innovation, cooperation, and that united we are committed young leaders. We can shape a more promising and collaborative tomorrow for all. So thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Now the next colleagues who are in fact already members in the Future Leadership Forum, and I also ask to share some ideas about the results of this forum and in the construction of the Global Gateway Declaration. So thank you for coming, Ritian Gossi, from the University of Malta.
Thank you, and thank you to the University of Algarve for this kind invitation. During the Future Leadership Forum, my colleagues and I from the University of Malta had the privilege to listen but also contribute to the discussions about this Global Gateway Declaration, especially how it can become really an instrument of power for our youth so that they can eventually own it to shape their future. So we believe, and really believe, that this declaration has come to resonate with some of these fine qualities of this generation. A generation so much defined by its hunger for sustainability, for social justice, and digital tools as a way of life. So these qualities should not come as a surprise to any one of us. We have already a number of international studies that agree that it's a generation deeply concerned by environmental sustainability. And therefore, we believe that this justifies the declaration focus on climate neutrality and sustainable practices. In the world of education, this generation is also driving a paradigm shift after being born and bred in digital nativity, and now they envision an education that transcends traditional boundaries. Let me share with you a story of the Alliance, a success story of the Alliance, which is the CEU doc, which shows how our young doctorates are transitioning from academia to careers that encourage meaningful application of knowledge and make an impact in society. In fact, many of these CEU doc young professionals embody the spirit of interdisciplinary learning and adaptability, which are so crucial in today's world. So to conclude, and also moving forward, we agree with what Gabriele said, that we think that the biggest part of this declaration has not ended, but has rather started, which is transforming this declaration and this generation as equal partners for a sustainable and equitable future. So I'd like to thank you, but also congratulate the University of Parthenon, Naples Parthenon, for leading the work on the declaration.
Okay, thank you, Ritian. I now give the floor to Roko Glavinovic. He's also from the Student Council member and the Future Leadership Forum member. So you may share your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in the dynamic landscape of European higher education, it is truly inspiring to witness and be part of the European University of the Sea and its commitment to fostering collaborative, planet-friendly, and knowledge-based approach. From our perspective, whose values are deeply rooted in sustainability, diversity, and global interconnectedness, the CEU Alliance emphasis on key issues is paramount. Our generation recognizes the urgency of addressing global challenges, and CEU dedication to sustainable development goals is a beacon of hope. The commitment to quality education, social justice, and the protection of human rights aligns seamlessly with the values that our generation holds dear. Moreover, the Alliance's focus on the climate change and inequality reflects an awareness of the pressing issues that our generation is passionate about tackling. The commitment to collaboration with public and private institutions, civil society organizations, and business for innovation and research, particularly in the maritime and marine domains, aligns with our generation's desire for interdisciplinary solutions to complex problems. Having said that, the CU Alliance stands as a promising model for higher education that not only educates, but also actively engages in global challenges. The pledge to develop future generations with a deep understanding of the risks threatening our society and promoting sustainable practices reflects an investment in the leaders of tomorrow who will navigate an ever-evolving world. And last but not least, CU Alliance started as an idea several years ago. Last year, we addressed and welcomed 3 new partners with several different stakeholders and universities. And today, on this day, we are opening our way to global institutions, global partners, and global friends. Let's sign that declaration and move on together forcefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rocco. It's now time to hear Tanger Elsenko, also for the Future Leadership Forum member, and from the North University. She's an associated partner and can also share with us all the process of achieving the Global Gateway Declaration.
Okay, thank you so much, and thanks for the invitation. It's been a pleasure to be here. And I participated in Naples in the Future Leadership Forum, and it was really great to experience. I think in general the impression I got from the Future Leadership Forum was that, and it's already mentioned several times today, that we are actually living in an era of polycrisis. We are experiencing multiple global challenges that are threatening the very existence of us as human beings, and they must be addressed. One is, for instance, also robotization, automatization, and artificial intelligence that are changing the working life. For a long time, Europe has been a very peaceful, prosperous country, but we are now experiencing war. We are experiencing growing social inequality, and on top of that, of course, we have the climate crisis and also post-COVID resurrections. We also see fake news and conspiracy theories that are threatening democracy. Now, Generation C is the first generation who has grown up with a cell phone in their hands and being active on social media 24/7. Of course, this has left them with a short time span, but it has also resulted in them being globally oriented, but they also worry about the future, as we have heard, and also their place in it. And as a result, they are eager to change it. This is the Greta Thunberg generation. So sustainability, equality, diversity, well-being, and democracy are, of course, core virtues for this generation. And they also expect this from the education and the workplaces that they will be participating in. And of course, this is good news for the CEU, who has this as a vision, the SDG agenda, and also the Gateway Declaration, emphasizing integration and the social, green, and digital transformations. I think that both by developing and offering various blended sustainable programs, courses, etc., and also offering mobility and international cooperation across Europe and beyond, and not the least connecting with society, I think that the CEU is becoming a university alliance that is offering Generation C the knowledge and skills that the future demands and expects from them. Thank you.
Many thanks, Tanja. And now, the last but not the least, Vania Bautista. It's also a Future Leadership Forum member. It's a junior researcher here in our Marine Science Centers, CCMAR. Please, you can share your thoughts with us.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's a pleasure to me. So, in light of the results from the Future Leadership Forum that significantly contributes to the Global Gateway Declaration, I emphasize the paramount importance of key themes such as inclusion, respect for life, human rights, sustainable development, global changes, mobility, international collaboration, partnerships, platforms, leaderships, empowerment, open science, and one only ocean. These aspects are crucial for fostering high-quality education and research. To effectively engage future generations, it is imperative that to embrace innovative thinking, move behind rigid classifications, and avoid confining concepts and areas within restrictive boundaries. Our collective effort should be comprehensive, incorporating emotions, societal perspectives, and local knowledge. It was crucial to underscore the necessity for a recurring occurrence of these future leadership forums, incorporating the active participation of external partner universities. The overreaching message is clear. By combining love and knowledge, we can work towards healing our only ocean. Thank you very much. Obrigada.
Obrigada, Vania. Thank you a lot for the last words. I think they are also one of the main message, love and knowledge for heal the ocean and also the whole planet that we are all need. And I'm really happy to stress that there is a really positive message from this roundtable, and that it was already new, but it's good to reinforce that the generation, the young generation, the Generation Z, are in fact more committed to the sustainability issues, and also want to know how to address them, but hands-on, so not too theoretical. They want to go in practice to solve the issues, and I think this is really a positive message. And I also taking from this roundtable that the Future Leadership Forum needs to be repeated every year in our alliance, and now not only with the European universities for the first part of CEU, not only with our 9 universities, but that every year we open an online forum also to the young generation from the external partners to share their views and also their thoughts about how we are in fact implementing the Global Gateway Declaration. This is, I think, the way that we should continue, and I think it will be really a relevant contribution to the CEU more global family. So thank you a lot. A huge applause to all of you.
Okay, saying this, thank you so much for your contribution. It was very interesting to hear all of you. And now I ask you, please go again to your seats, because we have an important moment now. So, following our agenda, we have now a very important moment for CEU Congress, the signature of CEU Global Gateway Declaration. This declaration will now be signed by several signatories, who I call to the stage. Casimiro Mantei. You can come. Please sit here and then. Okay. Vianney Pichereau. Ralf Schneider. Anna Jurzowska Zeidler. Zoran Jogash. Valérie Solars. Gabriel Sampagnaro. Alexandra Teodósio. Hannah Hansen. Andriy Smityok. Carmen Sacramento Neto dos Santos. Franco Benzino, sim, mas isso estava cá embaixo, estava aqui. Ok, já vou chamar. Sim, sim. Franco Benzina. Hamadou Ali Ambaye. Cathy Sandin. Adelino Canário. Alfredo Noré. André Gomes. Asvani Voletti, Cristina Veiga Pires, Damir Vidoshevit, Danitsa Ramblyak, Darren Fa, Eurídice Rodrigues Aguiar, Luís Núñez, Guillaume Saint-Onge, Hermenegildo Cohen Velázquez, Janet Rutledge, Jiang Min, João do Monte Duarte, John Alexander Taborda Giraldo, in representation of José Apolinário, I believe it's Elsa Cordeiro. Sim, isso, yeah. José Roberto Ferreira Guerra, Juan Guerrero Ávila, Manuel Guilherme Júnior, Matthew Laspina, Tá bem. Ok. Meite. Michael Guégan. Nicolas Blanc. Omar Beadada. You need to sign first. You need to sign. Pavel Brown. Sérgio Faias. Sui Heheva Amaracena. Quem falta mais? Eu, este senhor e mais quem? Não sei. And Andriy Schmidtiok. Não sei quem falta mais. Quem falta mais? Mas eu não tinha isso. Bucha El Momini. So, thank you so much. Acho que faltou alguém. Não sei quem. I think he's missing some signature in the middle of so many names. Yep. Okay. Abdalif Mukrim. Já tinha chamado. Abdalif Mukrim. Okay, thank you so much for the signature of the declaration. Now we are going to have the family photo of the declaration, which is going to be in our memory forever. Thank you so much. And now you can return to your seats, please. Sim. So, after a family photo and a family moment, CEU moment, we are going to have a very special moment. Probably you all noticed that outside in the hall we have an exhibition with photos and some paintings. So, saying this, I'm going to call to the stage Aneta Ivona Onistuk Chambek. I don't know if I'm doing okay, something like that, okay. A Polish painter and professor at University of Gdańsk who prepared that exhibition named Images Linking Coastal Cities by the Sea. Thank you so much.
Thank you for introducing me and your kind words about me. It's a great honor to be here and say a few words about CEU paintings. How they came to life and what inspired me to paint them. But first of all, I would like to thank Vice Rector Professor Alexandra Teodosio, who was in my first exhibition in Gdańsk in 2019, and of course my Vice Rector, Professor Anna Jurkowska-Zeidler, for being so active in promoting this project. It's your initiative I'm here today. I'm really appreciate. Thank you for inviting me for this mindful event. Well, I will try to say a few words about the CEU pictures from the bottom of my heart. How did it start? I was a member of CEU committee at University of Gdańsk in 2019. And the more I read about the project and the more I talked about it, and the more meetings I had about it, the more interesting it became. All participating universities and coastal cities have a unique climate in common. But don't be fooled, they are very different. And this diversity and this beauty I wanted to show in my painting. One day, I think I want to show this coast different, non-obvious way. The main picture is the sea. It's the main picture of exhibition. It's really crown jewel of this exhibition. As a sea is the common point of all coastal cities. In my opinion, the sea is amazing and it itself charismatic is and offers a lot of opportunities, a lot of endless possibilities. The next, I went to Cadiz. I painted 3 pictures from Cadiz. I went there and I noticed a woman dancing flamenco in front of a restaurant and the orange trees in the middle of old town. The small streets in Cadiz and Moroccan style building delight me. Like, I want to tell about Malta, like colorful balconies and doors in Malta. This picture, this one, it's Malta, of course. Maybe the next, please. when we have Gdańsk, I say thank you for Chiki for your care when I was in Gdańsk. Gdańsk, it's a powerful picture, it's energy picture. Gdańsk, it's freedom and solidarity city. It's these caves are the symbol of my cities. Next, please. I talk about this picture. Is the main picture. Oh, Malta. Delighted me this colorful balconies and the doors in Malta. Maybe steps in Split. It's the next picture. Kiel Canal. It's amazing. It's the longest canal, man-made, which connecting Baltic and North Seas. Steps in Split. This steps symbolizes overcoming opportunities, step by steps. Today, this speech is a challenge for me. The next. And Brest. It was the first picture. It's my favorite. The lighthouse in Brest illuminates darkness and help and hope you find your way, just like knowledge does. The more information about this CU pictures, because I painted 11 these pictures, you find in catalog CU by the Sea or the website. You must know that painting is not my job. I'm not full-time artist, I'm academic. But painting is my passion. It's a very important element in my life. It's my way to expression, being myself, with myself, for myself. The important for me are emotions and give joy with my work. So, enjoy this exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aneta. So I have a challenge for you, which is going to be the next photo or the next painting about the Algarve, because you are in the Algarve. So saying this, I think you need to think about sunset, Ria Formosa, a stork, or an old town in Faro, because we have a lot of different places that you can paint or photograph here in Faro. So, our Congress is almost coming to an end. I don't have any more international names to say, only Portuguese, which is very good for me, yeah? And to present some final remarks, I call to the stage okay. No, I don't have, okay. No, I have another name to say again. So, we are going to move a little bit out of the auditorium to see the exposition of our colleague Aneta. And then we return again to hear Ana Cristina Perdigão, which is the director of the National Erasmus Plus Agency, and our Portuguese Minister for Sciences and Higher Education, Elvira Fortunato. So, I think we can have like 20 minutes to see the exposition, to ask some explanations to the artist, okay? And then we will return, okay? Thank you so much. Ok, então este aqui está traduzido. Como tu quiseres, eu sou toda tua. Fixe, muito obrigada. Ok. Ok. So, our Congress is almost ending, and now, to present some final remarks, I call to the stage Ana Cristina Perdigão, Director of National Erasmus Plus Agency.
Hello, good evening. Dear Mrs. Fortunato, Minister for Science, Technology and Higher Education, dear Mr. Paulo Águas, Rector of the University of Algarve, dear members of CIS 2.0 Alliance, dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by expressing the most gratitude on behalf of the Portuguese Erasmus Plus National Agency to the Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education for all the express attention dedicated to Erasmus Plus program in Portugal and for the interest and support of Portuguese Minister for the implementation of European Universities Alliance Initiative. To express as well my gratitude to Professor Paulo Águas, Rector of University of Algarve, and to all the rectoral team for this kind invitation. It is my great joy to participate on such a relevant event and welcome the partners of the CIS 2.0 Alliance. European strategy for universities, including European Education Area, Digital Education Action Plan, European Higher Education Area and European Research Area, present European University Alliances as the most relevant empowering European higher education tool for European Commission, supporting and enabling higher education institutions across Europe. As mentioned by the Commissioner Elena Ivanova speech on the session for the 2024 Erasmus Plus call for proposals, commitment of European Commission for the European universities stands strong. 2024 Erasmus Plus can help achieve the objective of the European strategy for universities by fostering deeper higher education cooperation between more than 500 universities by mid-2024. It offers opportunities to set up alliances, dreaming together of a continent with open, green, and connected inter-university campuses where mobility and cooperation experiences are an integral part of every higher education program. Also, the conclusions of the European Council in May 2021 for the EU-level policy support recommended the European Universities Initiative as a flagship for the European strategy for higher education institutions, building bridges for effective European higher education cooperation, like, among other topics, transnational cooperation, mobilities, or micro-credentials. About the funding coming from Erasmus program. Under the 21-27 budget period, Erasmus will allocate a record amount of 1.1 billion euros to the European Universities Initiative. This means up to 14.4 million available for each four-year alliance, which is 3 times more than the amount of the 1920 pilot period. Alliances may extend this 4-year funding period for a further 2 years under a competitive call for proposals. As far as we know, this possibility will be included in the Erasmus Plus work programs for 26 and 27, which have not yet been adopted, of course. And funding may also be supplemented by national or regional funding schemes, such as funding for research and innovation and any other relevant EU funding resources. In addition to these specific funding sources for European universities, it can also assess the Erasmus funding opportunities linked, for example, to student or staff mobility. The actual figures, as you you know, of course, we have now 50 alliances, 35 countries, including all the 27 member states, more than 430 higher education institutions, and up 14.4 million from Erasmus per alliance for 4 years. Also, teaming with more than 1,700 associate partners. A new call is open for 24, which was said to be the last one, but subject to the adoption of the 26 and 27 Erasmus Plus program, a call for proposals for European universities under Erasmus Plus is expected to be launched, mainly targeting existing deep institutional transnational cooperation alliances, ensuring sustainable funding until 2029. In Portugal, Portuguese higher education institutions' participation in European Universities Alliance strategically intends to reinforce the commitment to European values, solidarity, inclusion, multilingualism, cultural diversity, with the aim to promote greater openness to the outside, strengthening competitiveness, scientific and academic quality, modernization, and internationalization. These Portuguese higher education institutions are located from north to south in the mainland of Portugal, both in areas of high population density and low density territories, representing the two subsystems of the Portuguese system of higher education, thus ensuring the full representation of it, as well as in all its dimensions, richness, and diversities. In close connection with the Erasmus Plus national agency, the Portuguese higher education institutions are participating in an European Universities Alliance national consortium based on their need to work together and with the Portuguese authorities to increase the quality of the Portuguese participation in these networks. By now, 20 Portuguese higher education institutions are involved in 18 of the 50 existing alliances and coordinate 3 of them. This means that more than a third of the alliances have a Portuguese partner, and hopefully some more will join this year. We are very proud of this performance that will transform the Portuguese and, of course, the European panorama of the higher education sector. We wish you all the luck, especially today, to the CES 2.0 relevant project. Thank you very much.
And now, to close the CEU Congress, I call to the stage the Portuguese Minister of Science and Higher Education, Elvira Fortunato.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Fidel Echevarria, General Coordinator of the CEU Alliance from the University of Cádiz. Dear Casimiro Mantel, the new Rector of the University of Cádiz, Coordinator of the CEU project. Dear Carmen Santos, Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources from Angola. Partners from the European Alliance of CEU, rectors and vice-rectors here today, the President of Algarve Regional Coordination and Development Commission, dear directors of research centers, professors, employees, and students, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by thanking for the invitation to participate in this important conference. This two-day session focuses on several issues with such an extreme importance for the discovery, development and sharing of multidisciplinary knowledge, aiming the European sustainable development. In the past, more 500 years ago, it was through the oceans that we traveled and discovered the world. It is because of them that we have fostered an impactful scientific development that has allowed us to get to where we are today. This European alliance enables us to continue ongoing effective cooperation in the field of common research interests and didactic profile, but also covers practically all European sea basins with its geographical scope. In this way, the 9 partners also intend to reconsider and rethink the knowledge from the periphery, supplying other vision about equality and development in higher education for Europe. As you know, Portugal is committed with the internationalization of Portuguese higher education and scientific institutions, and with the reinforcement of the connection between the institutions in national and European terms. And this can be well recognized considering the participation of 19 national higher education institutions in a total of 17 alliances, including the University of Algarve in the CEU Alliance. And I hope that Portuguese participation could increase in the next call open until 7th of March. Belonging to this network of higher education institutions allows within universities a common debate in several sectors and areas with a special focus on the sea. The internationalization of our higher education institutions depends not only but also of the participation in this kind of alliances, and it is why we want to support the integration of our institutions into international cooperation networks. It is essential to internationalize the knowledge that we produce and the scientific research that we develop, stimulating the mobility of highly qualified human resources from and to Portugal, and promoting their cooperation with the new economic activities with higher added value. And to reinforce the mobility of students, the Portuguese Foundation for Science and Technology, in the scope of this Erasmus Plus initiative, established a protocol with each national higher education institution integrated in alliances for the attribution of 20 PhD grants during a period of 5 years. Those transnational networks are a powerful accelerator to the institution's development, but also to the regions. These European higher education alliances are also engines to the regional communities' growth and transformation. We all know that the entire economic and social ecosystems benefit from the development of universities, thanks to their collaborative nature and high impact on their action, promoting regional innovation ecosystems. These alliances promoting economic, social, cultural and sustainable development from within the regions to the regions can foment the regional improvement and reduce the regional disparities in Europe, and are also able in this case to capitalize the sea resources and potential. The sea has been a priority for us, and this is reflected in a series of policies, initiatives, and strategies that we have been developing. Let me give you some examples. The Portuguese strategy for intelligent specialization, like other strategies defined by each country, is an element that facilitates innovation in line with the needs and challenges of the national territory, without forgetting the specificities of each region. One of those specificities that we have assumed are also as a priority area is the sea, a resource that throughout this strategy will be valued since it involves regional authorities and entities to enhance local and regional specificities and their contribution to the development of public policies. In line with what I have just mentioned, and within the scope of the approval of the 12 programs of PT 2030, Portugal intends to invest around 23 billion euros in 4 thematic programs, 7 regional programs and 1 technical assistance program that materialize the partnership agreement approved on 12 July 2022 and signed on 14 July by the Portuguese State and the European Commission, in which the major political options for the use of European funds until 2029 are defined. All of those programs respect and are in line with the Portuguese strategy for intelligent specialization that urges us to have a country and Europe and the world more green, more digital and more blue. With this in mind, we foresee an allocation of 13 billion euros in 4 thematic programs. One of them is the Sea Programme. The climate changes that have been a severe impact have a severe impact in the environment, in our health and our food, led us to the need to build sustainable solutions that don't cause more damage to the planet, but instead promote bluer and greener economies. That is why we are looking up to find the answers to what is happening down here. The space can also help us to protect and understand the sea. Therefore, we are, for instance, developing mobilizing agendas that will make it possible to monitor space debris and help, for example, to prevent collisions between satellites using technology based on artificial intelligence and machine learning, and that will also make it possible to design, develop, produce, and launch high-resolution Earth observation satellites, putting Portugal at the forefront of global markets. Without forgetting the crucial work of the Portuguese Space Agency in and with the Azores, which has allowed the space sector to grow positively in Portugal. Within the scope of the Recovery and Resilience Plan, the component 10 is dedicated to the oceans, with the creation of a Blue Hub, with 8 centers in national ports to boost the development of a sustainable blue economy. We have a collaborative laboratory, the Collab Plus Atlantic, aiming the development of solutions for the blue economy, improving the management of the Atlantic and promoting its social, environmental and economic sustainability. But also the S2 Aqua Collab, in which University of Algarve is an associate partner more dedicated to the development of sustainable and intelligent aquaculture. I gave you only a few examples of what the Portuguese government is doing to put the sea at the center of a sustainable economy and society, but also addressed the importance that the European Universities Programme has in Portugal. As long as we continue to invest in science, we will continue to promote sustained and sustainable economic and social growth, because we know that the steps we take are based on scientific evidence and data that determine the best public policies in terms of knowledge. So, thank you very much.
So, in Portugal, we say that the good things always come to an end. So, this is the end of our Congress. Thank you so much for being here today. It was my great honor to be hosting you all during all this day. And we now invite you all to a tapas and a wine dinner in the hall outside the auditorium. And I remind you also that there will be the orchestral concerts here in the same auditorium. It's the Orchestral Concert of the Seas by the Algarve Orchestra, conducted by Maestro Pablo Urbina at 8:30 p.m. Saying this, and on behalf of the Rector of the University of the Algarve, I thank you all for your participation in our Congress. Wishing you a good dinner and an excellent concert. Thank you so much.